Good morning, Vilum. Good morning, Renegade. What's up, Abel? What's up, Obs? What's up, old bro? Evie. What's up, everybody? Good morning, and thank you for coming back to another awesome day and hanging out together. Because without you, well, it just wouldn't be the same. Yesterday, I was able to rearrange a few things since I definitely got rent covered for a little bit and don't have to worry about being bumped out all of a sudden. I was able to get a couple things that I've been wanting to do for the past couple of months. I was able to finish those, actually get those done yesterday. Interesting. In the past, I'd procrastinate. I'd wait. I wouldn't do anything because I'm indecisive. And now, these days, I'm not waiting. I'm not being. I'm not procrastinating out of being indecisive. I'm literally waiting for someone else to make a decision, to act on it, and then I know what I can do. And it's like not any one person in particular here. I mean, it wasn't any one person who was gonna be like, okay, their action is gonna be the determining factor. But that action, that thing could have happened from anyone. It's like paying attention to those things. Like it's not just my reaction. It's like you're a player on the field and you're just waiting for the ball to land to know which direction you're going to run. It could land anywhere. But if you just start running in the beginning away from the center, then wherever the ball lands, you could possibly be super close, but you could possibly be at the other freaking end of the field. I dressed a little bit lighter today as summer's kicking in. All right. Hmm. The reason why Egypt stood back in the day for as long as it did was because they were able to remember something ancient, an understanding of our body, of our mind. They were able to utilize that technology of the body. They learned how to use this technology damn well. That's why a lot of people came into Egypt, they overtook Egypt, but they did not change the people. They didn't change the people. They didn't change the culture because they had something. They had something solid. This is tribal groups from all over the world. Some got closer to understanding and fulfilling, being able to utilize this technology, and others were not able to retain it through the years, through the generations. Things change, things shift. Even family dynamics that have a solid bond, if they lose their prima materia, their original artifact, their original piece of understanding of recorded memory, then, as we all know, that can destroy a whole community's future, a whole country, a whole group of people's future. Lose our recorded past. It's detrimental. So, from one generation to the next, with no elders available, the abilities of utilizing this technology are phased out. We rely more and more upon what we can physically accomplish, and what we can physically accomplish is what we've been stuck on for a good long while. Now, there's no bad task in that. I mean, if we can't do a physical deed, then well, we can't do nothing in the world. Of course, there's proper balance. In my youth, I sought after entertainment. Learning was part of studying, and studying was not what I wanted to be doing. If I had homework, I did it at school. I didn't do that work at home. I wanted to have fun at home. I wanted to have fun in my free time. And there's a way to merge having fun and learning. So it's a beautiful way, man. So I want to read some stories here. Okay, let's see. What did I want to do? I'm talking about years ago. What did I want to do? Years ago, when I got here with my life, what did I want to do? Man, we're talking about 13 years ago. I'm sitting in my living room. I'm looking out the windows, got my computer desk in front of me. There's one tree out in the yard, and there's the road. I wanted to teach people about knights because I thought chivalry was a cool thing. I wanted to be a knight. I wanted to be a knight in shining armor. The reason why they polished armor, now this is because of the type of metal it is, but back in the day, the reason why they could literally and would polish their armor to such a degree is because the better the polish, the less likely rust was to actually set in. So they kept a good polish on that. But in this world, there was that old scripture or saying or whichever, and it said they wash the outside of their cup, but inside they're completely filthy. They've polished their attire. They polished their words. They polished their books. They polished everything they have in their life. And they continue to add some more to it. But a lot of the world is like that shadow work. They haven't cleaned the inside. They haven't worked on the inside. Thus, just yet another explanation and reason for my attire. I read at one point, said God sent this individual out on a journey, and he practically, in his attire, not in his being, but in his attire, he practically looked like a beggarly man, worn down clothes, filthy. Man, dude was not looking pretty. I mean, shoot, send somebody to heal somebody, you know. If that person's not really doing good, that person needed a little roughing up, you know. I mean, they needed to they need to give the roughing up, not get it. They needed to give it, you know. They needed to get that out of them. So they just needed somebody to go for the tussle, you know what I'm saying? And be a friend in a multitude of ways. Into that journey, man. Dude's not gonna be looking too hot. But just the opposite, as the outside looks as it does, the inside is unseen. It's unseen by the many, and so that's what truly requires the continual polishing. I'm telling you, being absorbed in your own world is not a bad thing. And when I say absorbed into your own world, into your own imagination, into your own dreams, in your own reality of what heaven is in its existence, still move around in the world, still operate, still do what you need to do. I feel see, look, you can read and write hieroglyphs. It's not that hard. There's free books out there. You can download them online. interesting factoid about hieroglyphs. When you're reading them, it's practically in three forms to let you know this is what I'm saying. It says it once, twice, and three times in three different formats of verbiage to tell you, no, this specifically is what I'm talking about. That's how diversified their language was. Because you could say something and it could be interpreted a multitude of ways. So if you used three different interpretations to indicate, no, this is what I'm talking about, then you could accurately translate what you were communicating without the message being missed. It takes a society that's actually achieved that to understand that. Our language is crude. I don't care where you are in the world, our language is crude. It is not advanced. We need to improve our language. That's what I believe. That's what I believe. That's what I perceive. That's why I love delving into the ancient languages, etymology, learning the history of a language. In the Google search bar, a lot of times I'll type in what is the esoteric. What does esoteric mean? It means secret. What is the secret meaning of a name, a place, anything of the sort? I'm looking for something here. I'm close. I feel like reading this. It's not what I was, my primary thing. It's just a short thing. Let's see. My own thing. Stump upon the ground that mother hears our sound. No more tyranny nor villainy. Pray with thunderous hearts. Our dance is ethereal art. Form the circle, unite hands. Accelerating our DNA strands. This can last. They burned us fast. A wounded knee healed. Dance the resurrection sealed. Our eagles fly. Our ancestors cry. Sight the light, no more fright. Upon blood, stone, and bone we never walk alone. No more trail of tears. Bygone are those years. Absent are we of fears. That's all right. So hmm, I'm gonna read it. I haven't went over this in a while, but I'm gonna read it back. I'm gonna read it in its native tongue, and then I'm going to read it back in English for you. Ataheye yayo di marhi gichi marnito kokormiki sorma pokawa aokiwa nixista nistaki. The father says, so you shall see your grandfather. The father says so. Moonchild of water, my mother the mountain. lately I've been wanting to read French, learn French, like get into French really good. But I read the Blackfoot. I read the tongues of my heart, and I just, damn, you're powerful. I believe I've had to do all this searching to find out how to truly honor the words I speak. It's like if you go in somewhere really nice and they got manners and a class and all that kind of stuff. I know I talk a bunch of everything, but just if you go in somewhere like that, you do some research. You know what I'm saying? You kind of look at it. Maybe you can't afford the expensive dress or whatever, so you fucking sew in yourself a little classic Cinderella story. You know what I'm saying? But to me, it's like returning home. I don't want to just go home and be like, teach me. I want to go home and be like, yo, I remembered some shit we all forgot. Check it out. Pah! And then everybody's like, yo, fuck yeah, throws it all in together. And we fucking just, we light this world up like of stories we've heard in ancient past. Hey yo, harna, hey yo, harna, hey yo, te aya torabi ai, giarna, hey yo, te ya torabi, e giarna, hey yo, te ya, to ha tarbi worm, ginar hini yo, te ya to ha tarbi worm, ginar hini yo. I hear you. Okay. Now this one, I'm going to read it in its original language, and then I'm going to read it, I'm going to read it in English so that you can understand it. And then I'm going to go back through and read it in its original language. It says, I invoke the daughters of the sea who fashion the threads of the sons of long life. May the deaths be taken from me. May 3 periods of age be granted to me. May 7 waves of good fortune be dealt to me. Phantoms shall not harm me on my journey. In flashing corslet without hindrance, my frame shall not perish. Let old age come to me. I am old. Death shall not, oh, I am not old. Death shall not come to me until I am in old age. Death shall not come to me till I am in old age. Odumnir sersneringerna tretharndorti nathi marshna sedmor tribasureim rorchertar tri eis darmdorter serchtorna tarsidam dorodortor nipcholit merce fum joar e lorit lasarin sen cernul, ne nashtar mo shru orchel, domthi as nimthi bos kubr sen. I invoke the silver champion whom has not died, who will not die. May time be granted to me of the quality of white bronze. May my double be slain. May my right be maintained. May my strength be increased. My grave shall not be ready. Death shall not come to me on an expedition. May my journey be carried out. The headless otter shall not seize me, nor the hard gray worm, nor the headless black chaffer. Neither thief shall harm me, nor a band of women, nor a band of armed men. Let increase of time come to me from the kings of the universe. Od Mjolnir morgetir nanad bar nat berbe Amsterdam dorig dian start vindronir verva rohortor mor richt rosurthar morrech romorthor mor nortni belam morlech nymphebas forfetch forfrithor mortech Nimragba na tier dershon na door glas na dorel deshrum Nimor bathar teo nal kyore barna kyore borden Dorte ochor narm siare ore yerna niole. I invoke the Senach of the 7 periods of time whom fairy women whom have reared on the breasts of plenty. May my 7 candles not be extinguished. I am an indestructible stronghold. I am an unshaken rock. I am a precious stone. I am the luck of the weak. May I live 100 times 100 years, each 100 of them apart. I summon their bones to me. May the grace of the Holy Spirit be upon me. O Mjolnir Serash Konaktar Mirna Serdev for Brunir Vars Neverter Mo Serdel Am Dorn Vitorgel Am El Ansurt Ther Am Lea Lorg Mor Am Sien Serchmer Nerch Robo Chartar Serter Brenach Serch Sert Rib or Where Koto Gor Korkor Moresa Robert Rath en Spirito Norib Forum Sa Domerne est Salus Tor Christi est Salus Tor Domine est Salus Tor Christi est Salus Tar Domine est Salus Tor Christi est Salus Tar Serper Populum Torum Domine Benedictor Tua Kepra ra 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 Tuma kancu Arsimitoki shabu banana shamtrina Arsimitoki shabu banana shamtrina Arsimitoki shabu banana shamtrina Abra. So earlier we talked about how hieroglyphs are not compromised, but comprised essentially of telling the same thing, wording it 3 different times in 3 different ways, so you know that that's what that is talking about. When you see them written out, okay, the order that they are being read in is going to tell you the same thing 3 times, and you're going to know that that's what it's talking about. When we're talking to spirits, we can very easily say confusing things, we can get the wrong message conveyed very easily. So perhaps you find a invocation, a blessing, a prayer, whatever wonderful holy thing you found, and you found it in its original language. One thing I know that the spirit connects with is the heart. If the heart's trying to make fun or play, hold that spirit gonna whoop that tush real hard, real fast. But I tell you what, if that heart's pure and good, makes mistakes like a child would, man, if if that spiritual consciousness wants me to pronounce something correctly, they will make sure and let me know. Otherwise, they're happy to hear my heart. It's the tune of my heart. And when I speak it in English and I speak it in its original language, plus the context of my heart, it's a lot easier for the spirit world, for those on that side of divinity, to actually be able to understand exactly what I'm saying. So, time and time again, we fact check with each other. I said this. Is that what you got? I get a response. Yep, that's it. How did the response happen? Because things harmonized. The frustration subsided, the complications subsided. That's why we do something, it affects something over there, they do something, it affects something over here. And we keep doing this to work out all the bumps, all the rough edges. There'll be other times when I really, really have my mind in a million places. And I'm just sharing personally here. I'm just sharing personally. And it's true, and it's true, and it works, and I've done it, and everything, and I do it. Don't get me wrong in any regard, or you can. I don't care, get me wrong or not. Anyways, um, but visualization of creation, thoughts creating the future, man. I'm like, yo, spirit. I know how powerful that stuff is, but yeah, I'm just saying moments, just moments for me. And I'm just like, yeah, it's just, don't be listening to me right now. But before I even have to think of saying something, they already know. They already know that I'm thinking this and I'm feeling something, whatever the case, and it's all in flux. Well, they know I'm not aligned for that communication. So they're not listening to that transmission. They're aware it's going on, of course. But they're like, yeah, that's kind of, don't worry about it. It'll stable out. And then that clear communication starts coming back through. Okay. Uh, well, I'm going to read this in English. I have it. It's in its original language as well. And I'll be honest. When I was reading this, I was watching some revolutionary thing being televised. It wasn't like revolutionary. It was like whatever the case, but it was in another part of the world. They weren't fighting. There was no fighting. It was all peaceful. But they were talking about how they were unhappy with the way things were going and everything. And I was connecting. Uh, if I said where, I'd be wrong. I know that much. And for those that can recognize the language, then boom, then you know. In the name of he that can cure or kill, this water shall cure all earthly ill, shall cure the blood and flesh and bone, for Ilka and on there is a stone. May she fledge all trouble, sickness, pain, cure without and cure within, cure the heart and horn and skin. It must be that some evil eye bewitches my tender lambs. God bless you, my eye shall not punish you. 'Tis the eye that sees, 'tis the heart that thinks, 'tis the tongue that speaks. I am the three to turn this off you. In the name of the Father, of the Son, and the Holy Mother Ghost, will fire turn envy, fire will turn envy. Eye will see you, tongue will speak of you, heart will think of you. The three are protecting you, the Father, Son, and Holy Mother Ghost. His will be done. Amen Ra Yan Yong. Let God bless my eye, and my eye will bless all I see. I will bless my neighbor, and my neighbor will bless me. Let me perform for you a charm for the evil eye from the breast of the holy Gill, Saint Patrick, O Saint Patrick, against swelling of neck and stoppage of bowels, against the 9 Conair and 9 Concher, and 9 slender fairies, against an old bachelor, eye and old wife's eye. If a man's eye may it flame like resin, if a woman eye, may she want her breast, a cold plunge and a coldness to her blood, and her to her stock, to her men, to her cattle, and her sheep. Three who saw me and did not bless me, the eye, the heart, and the mouth. The three whom I placed to protect me, the Father, the Son, and the Holy Mother Ghost. May the effects of the evil eye fall on his horned cattle, on his dung sheep, and if he has nothing else, may he feel its effects under his own heart and under his own ribs, from me and from each person who belongs to me. Nelse ocos teneros oculis mihi facer nartagnos, gum gananor stan celebetur, chargar morsul ort, serin sul archi, se hern cred her se morchenas, se hern tern calabras, se smersen trior figur tererda su orsta arnein an artar a mercis, an spiore neorme, antir tene formaterte, formar cerciul ciul labra brel tur smula cer credetur antur gardul deum anater amarc sans piur neurum atur sangum venanta armin radian yong gum benater cerda dera mosiul se benacer de mosiul naci benacer de meser mo nabiorde se benacer de mo nabiorde me dena massa dursa oras ersiu urt julia ferru norme or et armorch is stad erbu neori conir neori conacer ar Noor ben sening siate suir serne gele serer de serne merna massa sur fir era la sarda morberg massa sur mantar i beritar es biurta acerte for carder for argus for darfiu er arnis sierra domne era
Krodas krorak ven antrol kronak mergus norbenatner me ansjul ankror deragus anbjul antrior atjor mesedor molchor sent antater an markagusan spjornorma ba benek nor charol be larchernark orme ser agus orgars diorne bernes lev omfern agus mor be fjord ruder bete ere erke fjord nark sjorde ergus fjord na esanners fein Jorm se gorsorgars diorne braguns leorm fein ra 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 tuma tuma tum kepra kansu orsemitoki shabu banana shimtruna hai orsemitoki shabu banana shimtruna hai orsemitoki shabu banana shimtruna hai abra. If you've been dealing with somebody's jealousy, if you felt like their evil eye, the evil eye is somebody else's jealousy, envy, that kind of thing, and they don't even have to consciously be aware that this happens in other parts of the world, not the Western part of the world. It is a custom in some of these regions to where people actually have a common saying to each other to say, may my eye not harm you. May my person, just in case my heart picks up something that my consciousness don't even register, I'm gonna shield you right away, even though I'm not sending nothing to you. And it's a common awareness that this kind of reality happens. And so essentially what we just went over, if you were present for that for any length of time of that, and especially through to the ending, then you don't need to worry about that happening from anybody. This is I'm going to go back to the English portion of that, and well, I'm not going to read any of it back, but it mentioned in quite a few portions, the three aspects: hearing, sight, mouth, or action. It mentioned these aspects of the body that they should essentially complement reality. They shouldn't speak badly against things. And these three aspects of language, the hieroglyphs, how the hieroglyphs are actually composed, and in their sequence of writing, they are explaining the same thing in three different ways, over and over and over and over and over. And that's how they write. That's one. Okay, I said one thing. I said another thing. A kid can say one thing, they're going to hear something. Grandparent hears another thing, and they heard something completely different. So, especially with the diversity at hand, a clarity of communication becoming established is most fundamental for anybody to learn from each other most effectively. And then connecting that right back to the senses, being aware of the entire body and knowing if my body is making some type of movement or gesture. Maybe my eyes are paying attention to some physical object a little bit longer than what I naturally do. So like, yo, why are my eyes going that way? My brain's somewhere else. My hands are doing something else. I'm talking about something else, but my eyes going over here. What's going on? Things are off. That awareness. That's your key to eternity. What I was reading just recently, um, I'm going to say it's in the European grouping. I'm not going to say which one because um, um, I, I'm going to get it wrong. I could say one, and you'd be like, nah, dude, that's like freaking 3,000 miles away from the other place, and the other place is where it's actually from is an island. I don't fucking know, so I'm not gonna say it. But it's, over on the European side of things, and this is, their common, like they still speak their tongue today. It's not really all that old. Um, there was some Latin in there, and but I also read it in English. I predicated before I read it in the ancient in its language. It was not in its language, and I read it in English so that one could understand and comprehend that. Oh. There's a guy he posted. Let's see, who was it? Graham 5761. You're the guy that sells the potions in RPGs and our role playing games. Well, I sell much more than potions. I've been wanting to get a set of carving tools. Like, that's my staff right there. That's D. You see the carvings right here, the runes. But there's three groupings. There's ancient Japanese, um, the Kujin system, and there's hieroglyphs. There are also. I changed up the altar. I did some different energy yesterday, so that's sitting in a spot for the moment. Um, I'll take the camera over and show you in a bit. Well, why wait? Why wait? Give me a moment. There we go. We got some lighting here. All right. That's my water filtration system. Has that at the top, and then it comes down, and it has this 5-stage filtration system in the middle, which actually also alkalines the water, takes a lot of the fluoride out. And then these are mineral stones at the bottom that remineralize the body, that remineralize the water, because once the water has been filtered, there's nothing in the water. It's empty. That's why you buy filtered water. You drink water that's been filtered, and you don't get anything out of it. You don't feel like you drank anything. Your body's still thirsty because it was empty. That's why, folks. Seriously, brothers, sisters, bro, for real, for real. And so it remineralizes that, and boom. Now under here is hollow, but I put stones. This is full of stones underneath. You don't want those, you don't want like quartz crystal and stuff in your water. Those can leach elements that aren't going to be so much good for the body. But being underneath, then all that energy is just right up under it, coming right up into the water. So literally creating holy water, as it's like right by the altar. So. Oh wow. Let me fix this guy here. Look at that. Look at that. You see? Let's see if I could do this. I can't look at the phone right now. I'm trying not to. It's off. But didn't fall off. That top one could fall. It's wobbly. This whole portion is not solid, bro. Alright, that looks better now. Alright, see this one, look, I'll show you. This one, that one's cracked in half. And this one, you can see it very pretty clearly is fully cracked in half. So I got two broken, but I still love them. I don't care if they're broken or not. I still use them. Don't matter to me none. And this is my staff. This is D, and my sword. But I can literally create um, not just talismans, but like legit staves with actual power that are literally pulsing off of them without plugging them in, without needing to recharge them. And like you can literally get a machine, you can literally get a detector and be like, yeah, this is pulsing energy off of it. We need to do some tests. And you'd be like, whoa, yeah. So if I change some things up, so I'll just give you a little room tour here. Actually, oh, I still got stuff to do with that. And everybody's usually talking about the bat, so. Oh, Can you believe that little painting, that painting of that keyhole was being thrown away? But that's the new it's the new altar setup at this point. I could do it. I could do it. Oh, I did it. Hold on, let me adjust that light. Okay, I'll do it. So my glove was on the floor, and I used my foot as I walked by. I went like that, boom, and got my glove. Okay, now I want to explain what's going on, but not too much delay. But I'm just gonna say what I'm about to do next. Shh. It's not time to make all the noise yet. Okay, look. I'm gonna hit the gong in a bit. And normally I talk about guided meditation, and I'm gonna read the words of power, and that's the time to close your eyes and sink in and do your chant. Bro, I ain't telling nobody to break no laws, but if it's legal in where you are, man, take a toke of your smoke, just like light up or meditate or take some extra rest. You know what I'm saying? Like, we're gonna do something because look, it's set up differently. I've got an obelisk at the top and the left, which were on the bottom, where the pile of stones used to be. This one, it wasn't a pile of stones, but it was shaped up like a pyramid, and one of the obelisks was the center. So it's using all the stones to create the energy from it to be more empowered than it was before. Okay. And the other one was already awesome, kicking power and energy. Wasn't too much, but it was still being charged. Now they're up on the main portion. So this would be the earth realm, if you will, and this would be the heaven realm. And so essentially, I took those pillars from the earth realm, supercharged from all that kind of good energy, put them up on heavens, created two new pillar system, two new pyramidal structures, essentially, that are resonating a lot of energy popping out. Okay, so now it's 1-2 at human level and 1-2 at heaven level, and number 5 is the staff going all the way down to the underworld and all the way up to it's Yggdrasil, and even it's carved into the staff, like. So I'm gonna hit the top of my staff, whether you believe it or not. Do you hear? If you came around, you could put your hand this far away from the staff, and you're going to feel energy pulsing. You're going to feel it. It's unmistakable. You can get a device and register energy coming off of it.
No bullshit, okay? Nothing's plugged into it. No shit like that. It's just crystals and stones and wires and wood and natural shit. Okay, so I'm gonna take my gong. It's already pulsing energy. 4 pillars plus the fifth. And I'm gonna hit the gong with it right there at the head of the staff of D. So if you want to meditate, if you want to zen, if you want to jump in, you're gonna feel this one like positively, like there's a spirit I work with, whether you want to believe it or not, see it or not, or understand it or not. There's a spirit I work with, and it's Anpu. All right, Anubis. You know him as Anubis, Anpu, the imp, the fool, the one who can get. Anyways, he can slide in and out of anywhere to get your soul where it needs to go. And he connects through tobacco. He likes tobacco. When I was younger, I'd go to anybody, go give me cigarettes. And my mom, she started buying them for me because she could knock a habit out of me. She could teach me to do, she could reprogram me. But there were certain things she just could not take out of me. So she would actually go buy my cigarettes. Us being Jehovah's Witnesses, hiding it from everybody. She'd go buy cigarettes for me because she didn't want me to go around anybody that was gonna do trickery or hurt me or somebody that wasn't good for me. So she did it herself in honor of our ancestors having their stamp on this world. If you'd like to close your eyes for this one, I'm going to hit the gong 3 times total. Your back. Your back is important. Your lower back is massively important. Now, when you're young, you don't think about it, okay? When you grow up, when your body gets some years behind it, your lower back
even your upper back, any portion of your back can wind up hurting you. You could have bent over to get things a zillion times before, it never hurt you, never bothered you, and then all of a sudden, we will bend over to grab something, and our back will go into a pain that we can't stop. When I picked up, I had a gym coach. His name was Coach Roden. Awesome. I remember he was like a dad to me. Like a second dad. Anyways, the way I saw it, I never said anything or made it weird. But heck, who knows? I was young. I might have. I don't think I did. Anyways, not in my nature to. But but he would always say at the beginning of every single class for 3 years of my life, every single class of gym, he would say, lift with your legs, not with your back. And so what I learned about the back, as much as I learned about the importance of it, was after the fact that my mom had instilled into me to keep good posture. And then I learned all the meditation things and the importance of allowing that energy to flow. And so like when I pick something up, I'm not kneeling down, but I'm essentially bending at my knees so that my hand can reach it on the ground, and then coming back up so that I didn't have to bend my back to get it. My back could stay proper, my whole body could go down, grab what I need, and boom. And even so, like, if you got something heavy, again, lift with your legs, not with your back. Lift with your legs, not with your back. I'm telling you, this will save you. Whether you're younger or you're older, this will help you out. And it'll help you build them leg muscles. You know how it's always never a bad thing. Greg Guffrey. You know, it's interesting. I don't know if you've seen this channel or not before. I'm just gonna do that because I kind of follow signs. I follow the omens. But I don't share that every day, and I've been wanting to talk about that more and more. It's not about it's okay. Meditation, the whole point of meditation, which I teach you, help you like understand, grasp, and be able to do yourself in different ways and forms. But meditation ultimately is helping an individual develop the ability so that they can stop their own thoughts. They can stop receiving thoughts from people. They can stop the thought process in the mind altogether. Okay. So in the stillness, the calm, the waters are calm, not a wave, not even a ripple, just still waters. When our mind gets to the still plateau, that's when we can listen to what nobody else knows. That's how you can start to sniff things out that are well beyond your range, just like a hound. And I've trained my mind to find individuals who need assistance, who are in a state of ailment, of something that I could bring, something that I could offer, something that I could do in the very moment that just might help them get on and survive and make it through. Like, I can't take your problem away, but in connecting with you in the moment, then
It's like the extra part on the extra weight on the shoulders is gone, and you can just deal with what you have in your hands, and that's a lot more easier. When you got stuff in your hands and on your shoulders, shisha, that's when we crash. That's when we fall down in life. That's when we can't make it. That's when it's too much. But in them holy scriptures, it said, "I will never put you through more than you can bear." Because there's going to be another fellow divine being who's going to seek out, who's going to connect with me, that collective consciousness, that oneness, someone who's going to hear me, and they can just somehow connect for that moment and do just that. And that's what we can do. That's what we can do for each other. We can't take each other's burdens completely out of the way. For each one is their own path to work through, to understand, to realize, to awaken to, all that kind of stuff. There's a lot of stuff we can say if really kind of help people not have to go through. But only truly can we help those individuals who want to get better. If somebody doesn't want to learn, they don't want to get better, well, that takes a special kind of a teacher, and usually that's a parent. And usually that's a motherfucking mama, or I don't like to say this term, but a military mindseted father. I mean, that's why I always go for mama, because mama's better. Mama can listen more, and mama can she gonna be a little bit more smoother along the path. Some people need that rigid, and to each their own. For each one that is on the path that chooses what they choose. It's proper for what you choose to do. What's up, Evie? Merciless. Oh, you're too kind. Why is it every time I enter chat, you're just giving amazing advice? Merciless. 1195. Thank you. It's very kind of you. Can I do an energy transfer healing? Okay, Greg Guffrey. I'm gonna read some words of power. Okay, what we're gonna do, Greg, is we're gonna synchronize our energies. Okay, we're gonna let our spirits, our souls, we're gonna let our souls connect on a quantum level, where, like, two, no matter how distant the particles are apart, they're still connected. One affects the other. So here's what we're gonna do, Greg. I'm gonna get some words of power. I'm gonna read that. Normally I do not read it 3 times in a row. I'm gonna read this one 3 times in a row. What's happening during those 3 times in a row, Greg, is our spirits are entangling. Okay? I talk about, do not entangle with people. Don't entangle, because they're gonna fuck off your energy. They're gonna mess you up. You can go home with thoughts you don't want. On a healer, on a shaman, on this kind of level, we're going to entangle our energies. Now, that entanglement can easily be just dissolved without any bad or anything happening. That can just go away simply by not nurturing it. But we're entangling our energies, our spirits, and what your body needs for healing energy wise. Well, then, as all that happens, then it'll happen and happen on that level. And so essentially what we're doing is we're establishing the connection, the entanglement, and then the spirit's just going to let everything else happen. Everything else is just letting go. Just let that just happen, and you're going to notice a positive shift. And that's as much as I'm going to say on that regard of things. However, will mention this as well, as I already predicated. If there is any energy or any connection or any vibe you don't like, you don't want it, it's done. Don't nurture it. It ain't coming back. It ain't. It don't. I've learned how to entangle and disentangle like a fucking magician. Here's the rabbit and where to go, kind of thing. You know, like, or where I said I was usually doing things in the backwards order. I showed you the darn rabbit, then I made it go away. I guess that's my third act, making it go away. I moved some things around, but this one I left in the correct place. I try to predicate things, um, but in the moment, at times, the spirit does change things up. So the thing is changing up is I'm not going to read the same thing 3 times. I'm going to read 3 different blessings. Okay, 4. Okay. Now I'm reading names. I'm reading I'm going a multitude of language, essentially, which is activating your chakras. These are words of power, and I'm going to do some associated hand gesturing that is also going to be in accordance with these words of power. Okay. Okay. And then I'm going to be reading some words of power that is going to activate your authority over your own chakras, over those energy centers. Because they're active, if one doesn't act as a king for themselves to enact that, it doesn't have to be even consciously the spirit, the soul. Being able to do this is the key, which you could say spirit or soul, but you could also say that the voice of the subconscious, of the mind, the voice of the heart is your subconscious thoughts. When those surface up, that's your heart. That's your soul. That's the spirit. And being able to truly, accurately listen to yours and learning how to make it shut up on cue helps one learn how to listen to another's. Okay, so here's what we're going to do. As I mentioned, we're going to do this, and
anybody else out there, if you're going through something bodily injury, pain, you can tap into this. Just as I've spoken to Greg, you can tap into this. You don't have to send me your name or tell me your situation or anything. You've heard everything as I've been talking to Greg, but I'm focusing on Greg, my connections with Greg. And I changed things up, and the Spirit said, do that. So I said, okay. So I made that invite. I'm going to explain a little bit of some of myself right before I do this reading too. This connection, this jam session. When I was younger, man, I got out of school. I went home. I got my weed. I smoked my bowl. I got my cig. I was Jehovah's Witness. Okay, I was a Jehovah's Witness. So I had to hide my shit. Nobody could know. If somebody knew, damn, my mom fucking found out. Ass is toasted. I'm grass. She gonna mow that bitch over. It ain't gonna be pretty. And but that's what I did to kick back and relax. Damn, everybody's so motherfucking stiff. I just need to chill out for a bit and do what I like. And the third aspect is coffee. We've been talking about doing things in threes. So for me, I'm gonna do a jam. I'm gonna do some work in the Spirit. I'm happy to do it. I have a little smoke. I have a little like, yeah. I have a little cigarette. Boom, boom. I have my coffee. Shoot, I'm happy to keep doing this all day long. I tell you what. As we do. All right, Greg. As you're in the hospital, what I would like you to do is slow your breathing, deep breaths. Get into that kind of breathing. Just slow your breathing a little bit. Just chill into that. And after doing that at least 3 times, do that at least 3 times, and then gradually go from that slow breathing into just a comfortable, calm breathing. Nothing you're actually consciously thinking about, but something that's just like that kind of swing. I'm on a different kind of setting right now. We all have the ability to do this at any moment in our lives. Regardless of what somebody's doing, regardless of what situation is happening, regardless of what storm is blaring off. All right. I used to know somebody. They were a nice inspiration to my life. They said, right here, right now. They were using it for their dog. But as often as he said it, it stuck in my mind. And I hear right here, right now. That brings my whole soul from past, future, present, right here, right now. Boom. All of myself for right here, right now. I might have been dreaming in other places. All right. Un bashira mataya suwako, un bashamanata yazvar, nunanineno, nuranino, nunanaran, vamong chongshing strong, un an ancient and tariasuwako, michana yayan trayazva, ha, engong banging broom. Unji trashi tapatro suwako, unji trashi yatrashi varanasva, ruda di ruda de kringong tong trong krongong kring ongong chong sing trong on haya pe shraman thaya suwa kom haya pa shraman thaya swa ha ha za kringong kong krong onong kusana maranong namaha samanta pa sharam ham hu ha hi hu ra gu lu la la ring ong krong kring krong Unanganain maya suwaku manyanyayan mayazva hai wawi we wawi we ui sringong kong grung on hino kandi kara pai suwaku choti hi chendoga ti jwa te che pasvaha o ulo ulo le kulo ulo de ulo gulum hungong kong grung on arbashano suwaku manangkardi bubabi babu bear bort biar bort Bear Ongamen Renon Sekyo, he was on Putora, the head Hirusha, and Zukiruka, got Kutishin, was Mahapratu, he was at Tos, I be to Wiki Shakins and Saramen. Parashikushu Baru, Gilmaka Balmamuga, La Boko Genara, Bolo, Galana, Bareko, Sarabakstana, Balasaru, Bapriku, and Belu, Mashana, Paruni, you can accompany Belu, Gola, Har, Egarbati, Shugela, Gabola, Gilma, Mashagura, Zuluma, Babo, Maruka, Raga, Zuku, Gigamakampa, number Baka Kalumu, Kinakirano, Shashu Mashanana, Sarulim, Barmaratu, Zizi, Mashinana, Aruna, Armanki, Dumuduku, Rataki, Lugu, Sidor, Kirman, I got a secret Naniko, the Beru, that Kakaru. Amtelaku parang tuku kaku masuk ke sana zakari masti saru mana pakai kadal gador mara tagor bor maru tuku ora koreo sesaru gludu bar masking tutu dari kugi lugadar makera parang tuku nada lugadar nama kio panor pisu saru lima na bara tatu sari masagaranu zulumora narbo kibel balai netar maru daga tuku masu masti sore masana kors secara pahitiku bar bazuzukan palu galap te borakin bawa rekingu barere muaru kagu ramu minuam kasti Sasakam Sahu, Ong Hong Chong, Gong Hong Chong, Gong Tong, Oslo, Gong Kim So, Ong Grang Gring Grong, Gong Gisort, Gong Kring, Mong Hong Chom, Ong Hung Chring, Haring, Hara, Ring Gong Keru Wasra, Rang Bam Dum, Ong Grang Gring Grong, Ong Krang Kring Kong, Ong Krang Gring Grong, Ong Krang Kring Kong, Ong Tong Ring Tong, Ong Pram Pong, Ong Song Sing Strong, Ong Krang Kring Kong, Ong Song Sing Strong, Ong Kring Ring, Bam Dum Song Sing Strong, Gong Sort, Ong Shring, Gong Kring, Ong Shring, Haring Ara, Ong Heru Wasor, Wong King So, Gong Bong Dung, Dani China, Ora, Pasaratu, Bamusukuna, Maxubia, Humashuna, Ora, Manana, Sambava, Tramira, Ora, Monta Tesha, Harum, Fukuju, Ora, Momuko Sera, Yokushina, Ora, Huru, Canale, Tangis, Bushi, and Bosuno, Manamo, Bagabarne, Husnisai, Ruru, Suru, Swalla, Tista, Serukana, Sarvata, Sarhanis, Baha, or Kanjis, I Bosu, no Rigs, Baha, Desishi, Bosu, some Jumps, Baha, Tarabosu, Sunama, Samata Bukanam, Corona, Urbaba, Tara, Tarinis, Baha, Senju Sengen, Kanjis, I Bosu, Umbasol, Darmati, Batu, Kanjis, I Bosu, Umantra Baba, Humfats, Baha, George, and Kanjis, I Bosu, Umaha, Korun, Karikis, Baha, John Tai, Kanjis, I Bosu, Kalakore Kulis, Baha, Naori, Kanjis, I Bosu, Parmesa, Mara, is Falahum, Concurs, Sato, Umpasra, Sarfaha, Harnia Bosu, the Shri Shuta, Vijaris, Baha, Portion Bosu, Samias, Monjo Bosu, Maramacana, Maroku, Bosu, Trays, Baha, Jisu, Bosu, Maha, Smanis, Baha, Kukurzo, Bosu, Namal Kaskar, Maria, Malek, Mare, Molis, Baha, Nicolo Bosu, Naman Rout, Kyotas, Baha, Kokoro Bosu, Kamar Bodies, Baha, Full Mile, Nama
Vajrayana Samanta Vajranam Kanamurusana Sotaria Hum Tratham Uzanze my Om Sunubani Suma Hum Shashro Hum Vai Hum Tali my Om After Hum Vai Taito my Om Sri Kalarupa Hum comes Baha Hum Kuriyash my Om Vajrayaxa Hum Aisan my Om Maharaga Bushris Nis Vajra Sarvasha Hum Pam Hu Korchak my Om Varur Kantes Baha Som Kum Kum Chin Kampai Svaha, Concorsam, Conkinum, Vashrak, Soram, Svaha, Sanichi, Dolci, Janasi, Svaha, Chicokutunum, Trasa, Pramarana, Svaha, so Chotunum, Viraka, Yaxir Padais, Svaha, Mokutunum, Video Pax and Agit Padais, Svaha, Tomotunum, Feast for Pani, Svaha, Pentatinum, Saraswati, Svaha, Taiko Kutunum, Mahakalari, Svaha, Kichi Chotunum, Mahakasari, Svaha, Karitai, Durmai, Hariti, Svaha, Tekinitunum, Rias, Svaha, Marichitunum, Marci, Svaha, Gitum Hikaum Spa Kepra Rara Tuma Tum Kansu Arsemitoki Chabu Banana and Shemtruina High Arsemitoki Chabu Banana and Shemtruina High Arsemitoki Chabu Banana and Shemtruina High Abra.
Your life will change the next time you wake up. You go to sleep, next time you wake up from a good sleep, your next sleep, next time you go to bed, next time you wake up, your life will change for the better. So just accept things. You don't have to fight for them. You don't have to work for them. Just accept it. Did you stick around for that, Greg? If you did, leave a message in the chat log. Steven, okay. Steven fan. Well, Steven, I'm kind of looking for Greg to respond. I'd like to chat with him. But, Stephen had mentioned, he said I was feeling that. So essentially what I was doing was I was very much specifically connecting with anybody who had any physical ailments. And essentially creating a connection with them so that their pain, their pain could go away, their body could be healed. We answer each other's prayers and we send each other energy every day and all the time. And we do this by establishing our own vibration. It doesn't matter if you're good for bad or good, or you don't even know what you're doing. The vibration that you carry, perhaps the vibration you carry is curiosity because you haven't experienced enough in the world, so everything is new to you. So you carry the vibration of curiosity. Curiosity is not a state of judgment. It's curiosity just wants to explore and see what there is. Ooh, ouch, that hurts me. I won't touch that again. Hey, I touched that. It made a nice sound. Like I'll touch that. Okay, that's cool. You find out what you can actually work with, what's safe for you and what's not safe for you. Some of us have different abilities than others. Some of us can handle certain energies, others can't, regardless of what it's labeled as by people. That what I became aware of was that by only being curious, I had established a vibration that was very impressionable. It was like I was continual clay. I never actually got baked in the oven. I was the clay being formed by the divine's hands, and this is mentioned across from Western to Eastern and all the way up and down. Like oh my gosh. And, I, you know, I decided to go in the oven. I decided, okay, let's get this. I found what I want to be in life. Let's set this in place. And what I wanted to be in life, that was only the first step to a massive awakening in reality that I had never considered before. But only by experiencing all those other things that I wanted to enjoy, that I had my heart intent and set on, that I longed for, only after getting those experiences and having those moments could I really could I continually develop and continually learn. And that's the thing of the journey, is knowing that life is going to continue in this body or another, and being at peace as you learn, as life is a continual journey, and it becomes something fun. That changes the whole dynamics of life entirely. It changes from I gotta prove I'm better than somebody. It changes the dynamics altogether. At least for me, it has. Carlos Maximo. Am I religious or spiritual? Ethereal. That would definitely be on the spirit side of things. Um, I don't care to be bound. It's sometimes you gotta kind of go within the ring past not. You gotta be within your kind of limitations, your set of limitations, so that you don't do anything that's gonna be really bad to yourself or others. So it's good to have one's own boundaries. Don't get me wrong on that accord, but I do believe that as I apply to my life, learn from all sources, belong to none of them. Belonging to one makes you choose a side. If you choose a side, it's like grabbing a puzzle piece and being like, yo, this is the whole. Here. It's like grabbing this and it's like, oh man, that's all it ever was, man. It's this little chair, these little thing sits in it or something. No, there you go. It's its little chair and it sits in there and boom, ha. Well, if we really decided to accept what somebody else had, we'd see the other pieces and things fractures, and it ain't even worth me grabbing any of the pieces. But if we put all the pieces together that other people were holding, then we could see that, oh, it was a cup, it was an old teacup. I see. And that's why staying stuck in one isolated viewpoint from one source material is not enough. To really reach out in the multiverse means to have multiple senses of perception and to see where there is alignment across the world, where we see in one region of the world they had this, in another region of the world they had that X amount of thousands of years ago. I think the whole world was pretty advanced at one point. Well, much more than we are currently. And language is quite fundamental to that. Speaking another language helps the brain, helps the literal network, the neurons within the brain to be able to make connections that they never had made before. The more connections that there are, let's just call a connection a road, the more roads there are, shoot, the less traffic there is, right? The fewer roads, the fewer paths, the more congested things become. The more traffic jams, the more likely to accident, blah, 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 whatever the case. Things moving slower, things aren't working as they should. And so a part of what I was reading earlier was acknowledging divine systems. Now, I loved it personally because we have read about Kanji Zaibozusu in some tarot and oracle readings in the past few days. More than once, they came up. And it's Om Vajradharma He is the mantra. And so as I was reading over that grouping, I was like, hey, we were just talking about him. Hey, we were just talking about her. You know, that is the familiarity with another culture and being able to connect on a platform, on a level that goes to one's roots rather than just common day-to-day how you doing talk. Whoa, you know something about my ancestors? Let's talk. You wind up making friends you never thought you could have before. I don't know about you, but when I go play at recess, getting to know people, my mom told me, go get to know people, go play outside, go find a friend. So I'll be at recess or school or whatever, looking for friends. Let's go play, let's have fun. Some people are into some things that I'm not into. I don't play with them. Other people and kind of stuff I'm into, we hang out. Other people, we don't know if we have the same interests or not. Bridging the gap. Bridging the gap between religion, spiritual, science, and what we live, breathe, and walk and do every single day of our lives. We are the present. The material, the information, that just sits there in eternity. The information is there for us to utilize it to shift and create what our eternity looks like at every moment as we need it to be. We are creators. People say, man, I gotta find the ones who created us. We gotta find the ET origins. We gotta find God. Gotta understand who we are. What are we doing here? What's our purpose? You were born from a creator. Create. We've been focusing on destruction, selfishness, and truly, man, I'll tell you what, humanity has mastered the 7 sins, the 7 deadly, the 7 erroneous, deadly errors of life. We mastered that so well. We know its parameters. We know right when it's about to happen. We can see the leading up cause effects. We understand the fallout, a whole bunch of things. But I see a massive shift of humanity literally happening right now in communities all around the world. And that narrative is shifting from person at the bottom to person at the top. That narrative is shifting in our world. And I'm noticing with my own perception into all that I do, that we're starting to learn how to perfect and learn and analyze, just like we have those other ones, but the 7 qualities that are going to bring life, those fruits off the tree of life, that's what we're processing. And it's well beyond words. We've all had enough experiences of the negative sort, and it's now truly time for us all to experience it on the positive side of things. And I believe just as a wave of chaos turned into an ever never-ending flood of turmoil of our past generations for the many years that the world has suffered from one nation fighting against another. To that of a future where we get together to build. We bring the smartest minds, the strongest arms, and we create some wonders that we never thought possible. How did we got like the 7 wonders of the world, man. Those wonders of the world, in my viewpoint, from what I've studied and from what I understand, the only reason why those marvels were created because it involved well more than just one. All right. When a group of people get together and they build something astronomically monumental, it's because they were able to unite many different regions of the world, all their vast understandings. They were able to incorporate this into harmony, and the only way you can do that is well, you could do it a multitude of ways, but may we find the most peaceful and loving way to do it this time around, regardless of what's happened in the past or what's thought of have happening in the past. We are on the verge of our evolution. These AI bots and all of that kind of stuff, I think of them guys carrying blocks beyond what human weight can bear, doing workloads of that sort. But that really puts an emphasis on us humans to not enter an age of laziness, of being accommodated by systems of the sort, but to be urged forward and motivated, to be inspired to create and experience life, to play, to have fun, and to look at life like shisha, just like a kiddo, man, just like a kiddo at recess. Tommy J6 had put in, I just noticed the person in the background, LOL. Yeah, thanks for pointing that out. I didn't notice that. It's not in the, it's not in my thing in front of me. That's interesting. What's up, GT7? Tommy um, said, "Why the bullying?" Like in the comments and whatnot. That situation's changed there. Greg Guffrey put, "I think I imprinted. I feel we are one." Oh man, great, bro. I didn't see your comments earlier, Greg. Oh, I feel that now. Oh, I saw the comment. I saw the comment and I feel it in my chest. Oh, all right. Um, I'm going with where my mind is at the moment and letting the other stuff happen. So Greg put in the chat log, he said, "I feel I'm one." So for those who weren't here, Greg was having a back pain. He was in the hospital for it. I was doing stuff about talking about the back. We connected. We did a jam. I explained all the details out. We synced our energies just so that I could transfer healing energy to him and kind of and suck up the whatever he can't, like his own energy can't. Anyways, I explained all that out, and in your and now I'm just speaking directly to you, Greg. So when you put you feel I feel I imprinted that verbiage, people look at me and they see so many different qualities, so many different aspects and everything, right? Okay, and it's like, what's creating this person to be who they are? Okay, we imprint onto each other. If we're going to heal somebody, if we're truly going to heal a person, we're going to leave a lasting imprint. That was our soul. That was their soul leaving its little badge, little marker, little ribbon, little bow tie, little flower. Like, and before I knew anything of the spirit, I was aware of this imprinting happening, but I didn't put it all together with healing people and hanging out with people and all of that kind of stuff. So I went through the whole process of realizing, damn, I'm being imprinted by people that I don't like these qualities, which is causing me to leave bad imprints upon people, creating this whole sort of chaos thing of confusion. I did the right deed. I helped them. My act was good, but the other person saw me as bad and they got hurt by what I did. What the heck happened? Because of all of that stuff happening right there with this mission. And so that's when I stopped. That's when I disassociated. That's when I separated. I just walked away from all those people that weren't healthy for me, that did not have my interest, that made scorny jokes at me, that teased me, made fun of me in any way. I don't care. You can be right. You can say whatever you want. Hell, you can make a smear campaign. You can write a goddamn gossip rag and make millions of dollars off of it. I don't give a fuck. Not my interest. My interest is my own life, and that's my focus, and that's each man's journey, each woman's journey, that's their own. You might ride with another person for a while, you might be in the same vehicle together, but you're still in your own body. Your soul is your own. And so um in the cultures and the people and everything that I wound up learning from, and connecting and having their imprints upon me, and all the healings I've done even since then, all of those wind up leaving imprints, and that's it's a big reason why I don't feel alone, because like I walk with a whole bunch of souls. It's not that they're leaving their body, or it's not that I stole them, or it's not I didn't do nothing of the nature. It's just that connection, like a good picture on the phone, but I notice it in habits or gestures or things like that. So that's my comment. Greg, like that's you're correct. You are correct. Okay, now I'm GT7. I saw you made some comments. Oh my gosh. Okay, so I'm going back. Okay. If you busy, bro. Hello, everyone. Let's see. Before. Hold on, I'm going up. I'm gonna read your comments through GT7. Okay. What? Well, I might not have gone up. I started with that one. Okay, I think we're there. Okay, so this is all GT7, just in case you just joined or whatever, the comments I'm scrolling back up on, as I've been talking about and going over other things. GT7 said, holy shit, what's happening? I had the craziest day of my life. He goes, thank you, bro. I'm on it. I will talk later. You bro that. He says, TOFI, I don't know what this acronym for. The fuck was a crazy day. Thank you for the water container. He said that helped me with everything, brother. See you later, though. He said, if you busy, bro. Hello, everyone. I fucking grew, bro. This is the portion that really grabbed me. He said, I stunned their attacks and took control as well. Honest, crazy day. It's just that I would have had what I had. It's just that I wouldn't have had what I had if you didn't tell me that yesterday. I needed to be able to hide that water too, but also something else. Thank you. There's more details to it, obviously. Um, Dude, I'm happy for you, bro. Something about helped you in your situation with your boss or something like that. It helped you out. Fucking A, bro. Um, I uh, GT7 say you may have been looking after everyone. Dude, I'm glad things took a positive spin for you, GT7. Um, in those directions, man. For every bit of ground that we can make in the directions we make. That's why I understand, like, there's a lot of situation areas, like, I may not be needed at all. It might be somebody else that has the perfect words to say. That's what I've learned with the spirit. Meditation, putting my own thoughts to the side and letting the correct things channel through other people in chat logs, sharing things, people being friends with each other. And people may just think it is a friend or an acquaintance or something like that, somebody in passing. But in my life, if you've hung out with me before, my past goes a bit deep. Um,
but viewing other people as a brother or sister, having that brother or having that sister, or getting some advice or whatever the case, is a wonderful thing when we can be that individual for somebody in a moment. And again, not making any stupid, weird connection or, but just embracing the moment as if that person is our family. Because truly, we are connected in every way. Everything we do to somebody, we're doing it to ourselves. That's why everybody has a different idea about somebody. People's thoughts formulate different things, different reasonings, and so that's why people can have they can have multiple views on one subject, on one thing. Going back to the hieroglyphs, a system of writing, ultimately into a system of communication, one that has words and symbols to one that is in complete silence as we would perceive it, though the vibrational sound is humming like a fine-tuned sports engine. So that might not have been a great fine-tuned sounding, but I tried. All right, here's this one's for you, Greg. All right, this one's for you, Greg. Okay. Well, there's a piece of information that I gotta mention before it runs out of my brain, and that is we're gonna talk about metaphysics real quick. But Greg, if you're still listening, if you're still here, pick a number between 1 and, oh, hold on. Between 1 and 861. Pick any number between 1 and 861. All right. Okay. So I pull tarot cards, oracle cards, and stuff like that, but I also can I also use numbers and whatnot as well. And what I'll wind up doing is I'll flip to a page number, or not a page number, but sometimes I'll have a number in my mind. I'll flip to a page number in a book, or at other times I'll just flip, just without looking or anything, just
and that's where I'm going to go. That's my reading right there. So I've got a particular book in front of me, and I'm gonna read that page in its entirety, and that information is for you. What everybody gets out of it is for them or not. But here's what I wanted to express. Now, this I learned. This I learned in a temple, a legit Hindu temple, legit temple. Pay attention. I'm talking about metaphysics, quantum reality, and your ability to work it consistently. Now, this is when it really winds up having an effect. Is when you're in a state of trance, of meditation, a state of imagination. You're watching a movie, your mind's following, you're reading a book, your imagination's active, things are going on. Because your breathing rhythm changes, your rate of breathing, your heart rate is going to be impacted by that. The brain is going to have a particular frequency, a particular resonance during that particular state of being, hence a trance state of the mind. Trance, transitioning from spirit to human, ethereal world access, okay. And we talk about and explain how to do that regularly, and I've got hundreds of videos talking about that. Anyways, especially when you're active in a state of trance. I went to this Hindu temple, and this used to happen at a multitude of temples across the world, not just particular to India. But put your hands over the flame a little bit, like as they bring like the flame, the I don't want to call it a candle, but you know, they bring the oil, the lamp, and you put your hand over it and like kind of and like you'll gloss it over the head. And I saw this was like taking that spirit, that essence, that energy, that sacredness, that fire of life, that however you want to see it and describe that energy and that essence, and they would literally like wash it over over the top of the head. And then I noticed during certain ceremonies, like, and my own things and what I picked up was by pointing at certain places of the body, you're bringing that energy to the body. You're bringing attention to that. Now, energy comes out of our fingertips and emits from our palms. So when we make contact with something, if there is something in essence, it is literally like water, regardless of fire, regardless of element, it's air. But the essence is like that's what we are taking and absorbing. So if I touch something and I'm doing something sacred and I wind up touching my forehead, that's because I'm bringing energy, I'm bringing that essence to that portion of that chakra of my system. And so that's just something to be aware of, is as if you were underwater, but not physical water. We're in a spiritual ocean, and that's the vibration, that's the waves we feel. Some people get into certain currents, they move super fast. And then others, they kind of learn the network of those currents. And I'll stop right there. I'm gonna read this for you, Greg, here, but I'm being not slow, but I gotta say this. Look, Greg made a, Greg made a comment, and he said, he called me wise one. You called me wise one. Like you felt something, you resonated, you feel a shift, and it's not easy to not just like be like, yeah, wisdom. It's to do it in the moment, to know the remedy, to connect it. I learned that I'm just the hub. I'm not the one who did the healing. I just connected you with the proper energy, and I just acted as the like transistor, or the, so the energy could convert from one form to another. We're essentially taking quantum. We're essentially receiving dark matter in whatever verbiage, in all the stuff that they have names for within it, or whatever the case. But essentially, we're this dark matter passes through everything, and we we can feel this dark matter, and we can sense it and understand it, and we can actually act as the lighthouse, as the we can act as the lighthouse amongst the ocean of the spirit that we all live within. We're all in this underwater spirit. We're all in the ocean of the spirit underneath. And when we're really able to light up our chakras, we act like a lighthouse, and that's what people are able to see, and then they can navigate, like properly, and not crash into shit, you know? We're not telling them how to drive their boat. We ain't telling them how to be a captain. Heck, probably don't even know how to drive a boat. They know how to resonate light. They know how to keep that light going. They know how to take care of maintaining their essence. And because of that, then they're in connection with that incoming energy, and essentially like it's just connecting things. That's all we're doing. We're just connect things together. And so like that's a compliment, and I just want to say thank you. uh Not necessarily to you, Greg, but more to the divines, because they're the ones who helped me get to this degree in my life. It wasn't my own ideas, it wasn't my own plans. I didn't go to college. I didn't fucking get all that. I dropped out in the 10th grade. I didn't even pass the 10th grade. Years later, I went and passed the darn test. I got my GED. Easy enough. And I'll tell you why. Because, well, not why I didn't care to get my GED, but I was able to pass the test because I learned years ago. And I don't know, maybe they changed the system since then. But I had this one teacher, and they said, if you can understand how they're asking the question and presenting the material, by deduction, you can figure out what the answer is. Doesn't matter if you've ever studied it or not. She taught us this little trick. The power of deduction means we must believe everything is true in the beginning, and only that which holds up in the end of smashing it is going to be the authentic, real motherfucking thing. It ain't going to look pretty when you find it, but it's going to feel good, because you don't care about what people think about looks no more. You're feeling your own resonance, you're feeling your own heart, you're feeling your connectivity with divinity, and that is who you are. That's who you've been your whole life. Greg, I'd like to throw in that I'm sensing an ancestor. I got a lot of words coming into my head, and they've been telling me not to say things, but that hasn't been the course of action for today. I learned how to decipher what to listen to or not, and it's a feminine, like mother, grandmother. I don't want to say aunt, but if it's another woman, not by blood or something, like they care an awful lot for you. Even strong sense on that side of things. And they want the best for you. And the reason why this back thing happened was because they needed you to slow down. They don't want you to go back to work. Don't worry about what you're going to eat or how you're going to get it. Watch. Just sit back, and they're going to take care of you. They're going to show you that they love you. It ain't no physical person. This is no physical person. This is divine energy. The only the only way to I said if you want to if you want to keep the connection, you can maintain it. But if you don't want the connection, it will dissolve through you just not caring for it. Um, and so continue to follow your heart, but stop trying to reach the goal that you're after. It ain't actually going to get what you want. What you want is going to come way easier, and all you got to do is sit back. You've been working your whole life. Your whole life you've been working. And you give people your last dollar. It's okay. You know you'll make another one. It don't matter. You'll make it. You know you will. You've done it plenty of times in the past. You got that heart. But karma, let's think about karma for a moment. Sometimes karma needs to come around and give you a good thing. A lot of people see that as Santa Claus. Karma needs to come give you some gifts. The only way we can receive gifts if we feel at peace and we're happy and we're just still. Just still. You could be in a room just flying in your mind like some other kind. I know I do plenty enough. But maybe that is just the proper recourse right there, is to find and do what you love to do. Whether that be just chill out, play a video game, watch a movie, read a book. Not something that you gotta rush to finish, not something you got somebody telling you what to do. Alright, enough talking. Like as when water or fire, it had been said, is blown upon by the wind, it is wont to be greatly moved, and the flashes like lightning to smite the eyes, and gleam and corsicate hither and thither. Even so the Infinite was moved within himself, and shone and corsicated in that circle, from the center outward and again to the center, and that commotion we term exhilaration, and from that exhilaration variously divided within himself was generated the potency of determining the fashioning of the letters of that exhilaration. It had also been said was generated the determination of forms, by which determination the Infinite determined them within himself, as if by saying, let this sphere be the appointed place, wherein let all worlds be created. He, by radiating and corsicating, affected the points so that their sparkling should smite the eyes like lightning. Then he combined diversely the single points until letters were fashioned thereof, in the similitude and image of those wherewith the Blessed had set forth the decrees of his wisdom. It is not possible to attain an understanding of the creation of man except by the mystery of letters, and in these worlds of the Infinite is nothing except the letters of the alphabet and their combinations.
All the worlds are letters and names, but he who is the author of all has no name. The world of the covering or the garment, the vestment, that is the circular vacant space with the vestiges of the removed light of the infinite still remaining after the first contraction and compression, is the inmost covering, nearest to his substance, and to this covering belongs the general name Or Pernil, light of the countenance of God, by which we are to understand the light of the substance. And after this covering was effected, he contracted it so as to lift up the lower moiety. And this is the third contraction. And in this matter, he made vacant a space for the worlds which had not the capacity to use the great light of the covering, the end whereof was lucid and excellent as its beginning. And so, by drawing up the lower half and half the letters, he made the male and female, that is, the anterior and posterior, adhering mutually to one another. The vacant space affected by this retraction is called oil, oil carbon, the primal space, for it was the first of all spaces, nor was it allowable to call it covering, which is or pernil bal, the light of the countenance of God.
Words, they are power because they allow the mind to become and resonate the essence of the heart, which is love, which is the very thing of which we read in that holy book, that God is love. You, at your core, your heart is love. When you don't get that love, your heart cries and your body reacts. There's a connectedness that we all have, and we're capable of healing each other's wounds. We're capable of connecting. And I say we are capable of healing each other's wounds because together we can do much more than by ourselves. And sure, I might be able to help a person or two or three or whatever the count, but the whole world requires the whole world being like this. What good is having an efficient healer if people keep getting sick? To truly remove a problem, you got to treat it like a weed. And I ain't talking about the smoke. A weed you don't want in your garden. You got to dig down into the fucking soil and you got to get them roots out. If you don't pull the roots out, that bitch gonna grow back. Come on, you can't just put something on it and expect your garden to be okay. You know better than that. Yet in life, what do? We just hack something off, throw it in the trash can. Wow, moment's good, life is going great, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, crash, crash, bam, bam. Why? Because that problem sprouted up again. That problem gets thrown into our subconscious. Our subconscious is our collective consciousness. And when we pray, we're meditating to enter a trance state of being to communicate with that collective consciousness, the mind of God, which is everything and everybody, all the souls, all the consciousness, trees and life and spirits and all sorts of things connected to us. Just like there are radio waves and satellite frequencies and gigahertz this and vibrations that if you had the correct instruments, you could see all of these things going on around. Just because we can't see them with our eyes doesn't mean we're not interacting with them, which means with each other. And if I can see the capacity for a fellow person to heal, to save, to protect, then that's a fallen ally. That's a fallen ally. That's a fallen ally I need to fucking help. And the help might just be being the villain in their story. I didn't mean to step on your toes. I didn't mean to freaking do it, but the world just, the freaking universes are just on its toes. I was able to be the bad guy because nobody was able, because nobody was willing to stand up and be the bad guy to the bad guy. So the bad guy couldn't learn their lesson. Because they couldn't learn their lesson, everybody just kept, everybody was under their thumb and everybody just did what they did because they weren't able to grow. Let me share an interesting part of a story with you, Egyptian story. Now, if you've been flipping through the internet, Egyptian stuff has been coming up, so you might be familiar and you might not, but I'm not going to start with the ABCs of it. I'm just going to go with the advanced, not advanced, just a little bit the next step if you ain't picked it up. Anyways, okay, fine, I'll give it on the shorthand. Divine Mother, Divine Father, they're together, human form, human life. Divine Father's killed by his brother. His brother's like, boom, screw you, I'm gonna take over your kingdom. Bah. And so like, boom, he subjects everything. And then like the wife, she goes around and she's like, I'm gonna resurrect my husband because I know some magic, and she really knows some magic, okay? And then like the uncle's like, nah, fuck you. He goes and grabs the body, cuts it up into 13 pieces, sends it all over the fucking world. Screw you. That's what he said. That's what. And she went, journeyed all around the world, grabbed his parts of body, grabbed 12 because the 13th was eaten by a fish. That was his phallus. So just in case you're thinking she like, the dead, that didn't happen. So there was a magical piece like they put in that stead or whatnot. And so she got with her sister. Her sister was a nurse, the most fucking excellent profession. Like she just taught nurses how to be nurses, and how to help people and how to heal people. So she comes in. They actually bind all the pieces together, which was the first mummy. So they had to bind it all together into one packaging because it was dismembered, and they had to make sure it didn't fall apart. So they wrapped up, they created the first mummy. The Divine Mother, she in human form, she does her spell, does her magic, and it was the essence. It was his being of who he was. It was his soul that entered her womb, and that's what impregnated her. She didn't do anything weird or anything like that. But it was that she made a connection with his soul on a quantum level and entangled with that mug to the point to where she said, I will give birth to you. Okay, this is Heru. People call him Horus. Horus is a Greek word. Heru is more so the Kemetic Egyptian word. So Heru essentially grows up and he's like, he has the mentality, I gotta avenge my father. Though he is his father, he's got to take his throne back, is the real thing going on. So the first time Heru battles Set, he wipes out, bro. Set practically, he takes him out, bro. Like total reset. Boom. Gotta go back. Has his ass handed to him. He's too young. He winds up going to Tahuti. Tahuti is Thoth. Thoth is essentially wisdom. Has all of recordings of everything ever happened, man. He records everything. He's a scribe at heart. He's always got his pen and paper right at his. Take notes of that right away, you know, like, boom, what do I need to write down real quick? I think I got a pen in my pocket. Either got a pen in my pocket or right in front of me somewhere. There's my pen. Just in case, I got some paper with me. Notepads, right there. And Hero, he goes to his uncle. He goes to the Hootie, the good uncle, not the bad uncle, not the. He goes to Hootie, and he's to Hootie. He says, "Okay, I'm gonna tell you how to avenge, how to get your throne back." And Hero's like, "All right, what's up?" And Thoth to Hootie, he says, the hero, he says, "Look, you wanna conquer Set?" And Hero's like, "Fuck yeah, I wanna conquer Set." All right, here's what you do. You have to become him. Hero's like, whoa. I'm not bad like him. I'm good. I'm not like that. Tahuti comes back. He says, no. Hold on. I'm not telling you to be evil. Listen. Set was going through incarnations, and he had a lesson to learn in this lifetime, in this incarnation. But he failed to learn the lesson. He can't grow. So if you take on the esoteric, the spiritual, ancestral responsibility that he failed to accomplish, then the souls of your ancestors will hear and they will come to you and they will help you and assist you, because what they need done, they will give you support. And when they're giving you that support, they will not be around him anymore. Therefore, you will grow and you will learn the lesson where he failed. You will grow beyond that. And because you do, you grow beyond Set. Well, the truth of the matter is, you cannot defeat anything that you have not grown yourself beyond. So Hero had to go on this, what people would call and relate to the trials of Hercules, the trials of Perseus, and so forth and so on, where they had to do these certain trials, the 12 trials. Now these trials, what they actually correlate to, which you can actually do yourself, which you may have been doing yourself. You may have been born Capricorn, okay, whichever sign you were born as. But that's not the only one you are. You're going to master that's your starting point. You master that one, you move on to Aquarius, you move on to the next one, Pisces, you move on and move on and move on to, and they may be out of order, however it comes. Those are your trials. As they come to you, you master that ability and that quality, and that mastering is the erasure of all the negative qualities, and knowing how to positively bring forth all of those helpful aspects, and to be aware how to stay away from the negative traits and of what those will cause. Therefore, we will be able to see our way in the dark. And by mastering the complete set of zodiacal signs, you thus become Ophiuchus, the 13th constellation, and you now can shift between any of them. You are a true alchemist. Constellationally, a constellational alchemist is what you wind up becoming. And by doing that, you ascend beyond the level of the second stage of man's evolutionary process. And there's only 3 in human form. The third is God form. And God form doesn't mean you're like fucking got light shining from your body literally, but it means qualities like retaining your youth. Oh gosh, the energy being radiated, the ability to heal, the ability to connect, like it's like saying, okay, you're pure energy, you're not going to harm the system, let's plug you into the system. Once you're plugged into the system, not in a bad way, but now because you're only emitting positive good energy and not doing anything bad, then your energy resonates and it charges the whole system. What is the system? It's the heart of God. What is the heart of God? It is our planet. What is the collective consciousness? It is the mind of God. We all contribute to the mind of God. And if you've lived and died, whether one took their own life or not, guess what? Your information got uploaded to the fucking collective conscious, and we all walk in with that. We got to experience it some way, somehow, in our own unique way. And that's why we can go through two different events, completely different events, but we walk out learning the same lesson. Because divine consciousness said, ha, this is going to work for you best. Because it had every single freaking mind that's ever been alive to be like, yeah, no, that would work up. Yep, that would work up. No, that would work. And just like an AI computing system, we have connection to a God level network system inherently without any electronics or abilities or needs on that level of being to literally be able to heal each other, help each other in all of those regards. So, thus, when Hiru was able to do this and achieve this, he walked up to set and just. It's like the Power Ranger movie. The Red Ranger, he just walks, he just backhands the bad guy in the beginning, and then at the end, when they got their Zoids, or whatever, Zord, whatever you call them, the fucking suit and everything, and they're going up against the bad person, and they fucking just smack the bad person, and they just fly out of existence, and did you just smack him? It's that kind of thing. It's not even a fight at that point. It's just walk in and it's my house now. I'm not telling you to walk into anybody's house and take it. Don't get me wrong. You're following spiritual path, learning your own mastery and ability of your own chakra system. Advanced learning here, not beginner level stuff. Beginner level stuff is your heart. Anyways, getting back, so the heart of God is our planet. Our mind is what we do on top of it. So what we're doing, what we're pulsing at the middle is a lot of chaos. That's creating instability in the world. Temperature fluxes, shifting things, volcanoes popping. Yeah, the axis is shifting or the shit's tilting or whatever fucking stuff's going on. There's a whole bunch of crikiness that science is tapping into, and if you got a mind for it and look up the articles and stay into that kind of stuff, then and you know what I'm talking about. And if not, then, well, I ain't trying to explain nothing of it because I am not the best with technical data in that regard. I better be reading like from a book on that level. They're best friends. These two always hang out together. Here, I'll do it for you. This. Yo, bro, we're Super Mario. We shine like a star that's just nothing ain't gonna kill it. Nothing can touch it. It's just superpower, star power. Tell you what. But dang, turn the flippin' switch and. I think it's a comical reality of life that everybody, I don't care who you are, you experience that. You experience that. May learning how to balance that energy become something that is commonplace in our schools. And I'd like to express earlier on what I read from page 749 and not having a name. Etc. is something I came up with not as because I was trying to create like all right, look, growing up, this is just the way if you like wrestling, right, you're into wrestling, right, you think about, for me, well, then I thought about being a wrestler, having my own like thing and walking out and whatever stuff like that. Boom, you gotta have your fucking music intro, you gotta fucking have your character together, You gotta plug in. You have your name, all that stuff, right? That's who you are. Huh. And I'm not good at acting. I'm just good at being me. Anyways, that was so many years ago, um, and so when I was actually on the spiritual journey, I was like, I in my world of imagination, I was like, all right, I need a superhero name. I need a wrestler name. I need a unique name. And I was like, well, more than a name, what could be something that anybody could don, but not necessarily have to be a follower of anything? And that's when Setra came up to me. And I did not know um, anything about Egyptian information. But Setra came to me, and I was like, ooh, I looked, I was like, I was gravitated towards that. Really couldn't find it connected to anything originally, and um, and so I went with that. And then as I got into the ancient Egyptian, I started to learn something which was quite interesting. Set, S-E-T, was the dark, chaos, and Ra was the light, the order. So you have light and chaos, and then one has their own chi, their own divinity, their own life force, their own Ra, Kundalini, the CH. Set, Ra, and one's own chi to balance those two energies that exist within us so that we can actually be at the helm of our choices and not just the reaction to what has happened around us. And I was like, boom, then anybody could actually don that kind of a reality. It's not just a name, but it's more of an embodiment, and anybody could do that. Anybody can achieve this. And so that's a big portion of, yeah. Whoa. Greg, you're in Anchorage? Oh, wow. I'm just going to express I feel connected. I've wanted to go to Anchorage actually. I'm not asking to go out there or anything, but that's interesting. That's a unique part of the world. Uh, Greg put Stacy. If you ask for a reading, he'll do one for you. I will. Let me know if you're still here, Stacy. Put a message in the chat log, and if you're here, I'll pull a card or two or three or whatnot. Scrolling up just to check other comments first. Cat. Oh, Cat. Yeah, Cat. I'll do a reading for you for sure. Cat, but I'll do one for you first. If you're here, Cat, put a message in the chat log. Stacy, if you're here, hang out. But I do remember you, Cat. And yeah, anybody I missed that day, I don't mind doing a reading for you or whatever the case. I know there was some people I did miss and so forth. It was pretty. It was a energy. It was a filled day. I was just say that was a filled day. Stacy, you're here, cool. And Kat, if you're still here, let me know. Put a Kat if you're here. You got more to your name, Kat. I didn't write it. I don't. Well, I don't own it. Nope, I just wrote Kat down. Oh, what's up, Cracky? Um, so Greg put in. I'm talking to you, Greg, right now. Greg put, I'm down, y'all can stay with me. Greg, I'm putting my email into your chat log. Or into our chat log. Into the chat log. Shoot me an email, bro. Shoot me an email. Let's chat. Hey, Mama Boosie. And see, I know Stacy is here. I had to ask once more if Kat was here. I have not seen anything from the chat log from them. So, Stacy, I'm going to do a reading for you. I'm going to pull some cards for you next, within the next 3 minutes. So, keep paying attention. There you go, Dougie Buggy. Appreciate it, bro. Yes, I like Naga Chamba. I do appreciate that incense. Okay, look, when I have the funds to do so, I buy like a year's supply of incense. So literally, I like literally incense stick goes out, put another one on all motherfucking day long. If I'm awake and that incense stick out, I'm gonna put another one on there. I need to buy like case. Like when I buy sage, I buy like the freaking heavy big ass box because there's one, two, three. What I do? Just take care of me? Nah, that ain't enough. That ain't enough. If I'm gonna be taking care of myself, that means I'm gonna be doing for a bunch of other people too. That's just what I want to do. So that means I need to work for a while. I need some consistency if I'm gonna start lighting stuff. If I'm gonna keep it kind of going, then I don't want that to like start up and stop and start up and stop. I want to keep it flowing. I want to resonate it 24/7. I want my temple active 24/7. And anyways, it's like the old days. You got a problem in the middle of midnight, you go up to the church and the fucking doors are open and the pastor's there and he's like, yo, what's up? And you'll be like, like, it's supposed to be like, anyways, that's how I live it anyway, if I can. But I've not had it. All right, Stacy, let's see. Much love, many blessings all the way around. Okay. dude. That would be cool, Greg. Definitely send me an email. Definitely send me an email. I'll check that after well, some point in my day. Who knows how I'm feeling at the. Sometimes I get off of doing the live and I'm like, I gotta play video games. Sometimes I get off the live and I'm like, I gotta munch on some cereal or something. I don't know. It always changes or shifts. Who knows? Who knows how that flow goes? uh, Pop. You said something earlier. I had a good response to it. I apologize for not responding, but I'm technically the year of the rat. And just as I said that, Zex the Jadakin God said, oh no, wait, who would? No, put that back. Bragg Spog, allow that comment. He put the Rat King. Oh my god, that was fucking great. I want that. Oh my god, put that fucking back. He put it, he up fucking taking a screenshot. Big Sprog, whoever, whichever moderator took that off, that kind of a comment's totally acceptable. Totally. I'm getting a screenshot. Okay, boom, I got a screenshot of it. That's what counts for me. It's fucking great. And I know the comments in the chat log are not synchronized with what I'm saying, because there's a little delay in broadcast and the comments come through faster, like right away. So it was amazing the timing that I said that and Reddit was like that. Stacy, we got it. Thank you, bro. Thank you, Big Sprog. You put it back. Okay, Stacy, we're gonna pull cards. I wanna make other comments, but I made Stacy, I'm delayed. I'll scroll back and read comments and all that. I definitely want to. I'm just laughing. I'm laughing. Look, it's nice to live in a moment for something, even if it doesn't come true. If I have like 5 minutes of blissful heaven of like pink rainbows and butterflies in my life, like then fuck it, I'm gonna enjoy 5 minutes of bliss. Okay, I've got enough trauma behind me, right? Like, don't we all? So like fucking like fucking blood on my heart. I'm Scoob wearing my heart on my sleeve, man. The heart of my blood's on my forehead. Shit, this is my life. Okay, so like I'm laughing because if 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 you're real, Greg, if we chat, if all this goes, if I could go to Anchorage, Alaska, I've been wanting to do spiritual work ever since I found out that there was some activity going on there. And then you and I made the connection. And then when you said like something else, like when you gave a response, when you replied and you were like, yeah, I felt that I connected, whatever, I felt like I imprinted or whatever, then like, boom, I got that confirmation. The confirmation was the third form of communication because the first two already happened, like the introduction, then the synchronicity, the entanglement happened, and then the confirmation came through. That's the three forms of the spirit, essentially in human form, from divine to really get the whole thing through. In just there's and so that all happened. When that happened, boom, that like I felt your resonance. I felt what you were feeling like, and boom, it happened. Okay, so then when you said you were in Anchorage, I felt like I was connecting to the ground, not to you, but to the fucking soil. And I was like, oh, 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 I know there's some activity going on there. and I'm a healer. I'm not just investing, I'm a healer. I move energy. I know what I'm doing. I have the formulas, all of it. Like I live and breathe this through my life. Like I got my staff D over here. I introduced D a little bit earlier to you, and if you're present at that moment, but the broadcasts are in my folder on my channel, Invisible College. Um, there we go. Stacy, I'm grabbing the cards, grabbing the book. We're good. Where's those ones?
Yep.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to show you all the cards, and then I'm going to explain each card, and then I'm going to kind of wrap that all up together. So here are the cards. It's Ammit. We have Innocence and Life's Purpose. And Yurundari Kanji's Bozuzu. Now, Ammit. With the card in its position, I'm just going to read off the qualities in the beginning here. Fairness, consequences, karmic justice, law, legal disputes, life lessons, cause and effect, divine justice, just reward, cleansing, and purging evil. Now, I want to mention it, but I'm not going to. Leave that. Now, what I am going to say is Ammit. I love Ammit. I love Ammit because when the scales of justice are what they are, well, here, let me just show you the relief, okay? It's us staring at it already. Here you go. Boom, boom. Look. Old Egyptian thing right there, right? I'm a little shaky in my hands. I'm not holding it like I normally would. People look like. That's Ammit right there. Okay, heart's being weighed. And over there he's got the other thing in the scales. And he's got the other person's heart thing over here, and he's waiting. Ammit's waiting. He's like, yo, if that heart's heavier than that feather, I'm gonna munch that mug up. Because he's a hippopotamus, lion, and crocodile all in one. And you think about a cow's got 7 stomachs, how much they can digest food. Ammit, he eat up the problem. Okay, get that? He can eat up the problem. He can transform something. He has a digestive system that can actually transform a situation beyond what we are capable of doing. Powerful ally to have here. All right, give me a moment before I start back up. And then we have Innocence, all right? Now, Ammit, he has no business with the innocent. You don't care about them. He ain't there for them. Beloved one, everyone is guiltless in truth, as one can alter God's handiwork of perfection. Give us your feelings of heaviness so we can lighten your load. Give us any guilt, anger, or blame that may shroud your loving outlook. Enjoy the peace within your heart once more. There's a invocation of the Divine Mother that I go over. Invocation means generating the energy within, essentially. Essentially, you are invoking and fighting to life that energy within you. You're activating that life within you, that ability. And for me, when I read this, it says one of the portions is life, death, love, dark, hate, love. I'm saying it out of order, but
all those different aspects return to me. I want the dark, I want the light, I want the hate, I want the love, I want the good, I want the bad, I want it all. Give it all back to me. This is what the goddess divinity is saying, is give me everything back. And so when we give our feelings of heaviness, of burden, of guilt, of shame, whatever the case one may be dealing with for whatever situation it is, if we're walking forward innocently without an objective to convert or manipulate in some wrong fashion, but we're being innocent as a child, discovering life, playing at recess and having fun, well then divinity says, give me all them problems. I'll take it right back. Oh, don't worry, it didn't belong to you in the first place. Oh, sorry, you didn't mean for you to get a hold of that. Got it back. Thank you, thank you. So the innocence is powerful. In living that innocence, in knowing that you are protected by one of the most powerful forces in the existence, you're able to come into your life purpose. In doing so, the purpose of your life is to serve in a way that brings great joy to yourself and to others. Don't worry about finding your purpose. Instead, focus upon serving a purpose, and then your purpose will serve you. All right. What I'm going to say of my path of finding my life's purpose was that, yes, you have to find out what makes you happy. You got to find out what brings you joy, great joy to yourself, and pursue it. Pursue it like a madman, not as a madman. Difference. Like, not as. Follow that. Coffee. Like, not as. And by finding your joy, by finding what you love in life, that's when you come into living one vibrational energy. That's when you find your love, your true love. And living that every single day, that's how you know who you are. That's how you can say, this is me and my thoughts. And that's how, after that happens, you walk out in life, people are like, they try to send ideas or thoughts, or you get other ideas and thoughts, and you're like, those aren't my ideas or thoughts. That's not how I am. Huh, it must be something else or someone else. Obviously. You can tune that channel the fuck out at a will at that point. And living your life purpose, finding your joy, staying in your joy, becoming your love, living one vibrational energy, your joy, your love, your passion, people will be fascinated, because whatever it is you choose to learn about, whatever you choose to have a purpose for, that's what you're going to learn about. And you're going to get into every aspect of it. You don't need to go pay somebody thousands of dollars to sit in a fucking room to pass a test. Damn, pull it up. 1783 blah 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 PDF. Whoa, somebody fucking copied it and published fucking, I don't have to do nothing illegal, nothing wrong. Just whoop, whoop, yep, I got the freaking book. And study the freaking information. Put yourself through the studying. You know how to quiz yourself. You know how your brain learns best. So you're gonna be the best teacher for yourself. Get going to work, teach. That's the only way for others you'll be able to reach, is for yourself to teach. That's how you know. That's how you know which path is yours. Because you know that if somebody comes to you for guidance or anything, you're not their teacher. You're not their guru. We're all on the same path together, man. And I might have observed a few things you didn't observe, but the application for that into my own life is unique for me. And the best I can do is to say this in a various plentitude of languages and metaphors and literal ways and memories, so that you can pick up some pieces and get a complete picture of your own life. Because the picture of my life is different from yours. As much as we're connected and as much as we are the same, we are unique, each and one in our diversity. And it keeps us free of shackles of somebody binding somebody. You can find something good, but shoot, you do that good thing too much, it can actually hurt your body. Anything in excess is not too great a thing. So always good and healthy to shift things up, anyways. And that life purpose. And the last one here was Jurandai Kanjizai Bozusu, Stacy. It's 14. Now I will put this mantra into the chat log so you can copy it down, Stacy, so that you can be able to use this yourself. It says, the mother of 70 million Buddhas, move forward on your new path without worry. Foster and teach others. What? I don't remember. Dude, my brain don't remember technical information like that. Look, it does that fucking... I need the freaking book because I don't remember the information. Anyways, I'm going to start over. Move forward on your new path without worry. Foster and teach others. The right person for the right job. Support from sacred deities. When you have reached your life purpose, all of this goes into effect, like, immediately. In life, they're trying to communicate with you now. These are the synchronicities that only you can observe. You try to tell people and explain it, and some might go along with you and be kind in hearing it, but ultimately it's not happening to them, so they can't actually confirm. That's why you're not having a conversation with people about these things. You're having to either explain yourself, or the other person says, or something along those lines. Now is the time to use the knowledge and connections you have amassed. You are highly skilled at recognizing the potential and abilities of others and guiding them to their path. You are a natural caregiver, constantly surrounded by people and adept at putting those around you at ease. The reason you are able to do these things is that you yourself have had an excellent support network, which has allowed you to grow. Use your experiences and focus on leading and fostering others. You are blessed with a strong connection to divine beings, like the Buddha and the dragon gods. Jorndai Karnen is one of the 6 Kanon, savior to those wandering lost in the human realm. This Kanon has 18 arms that hold sacred objects, with the central 4 poised in the turning of the wheel of Dharma Mudra and the fear-removing Mudra. Her lotus throne is supported by 2 of the 8 dragon kings. She is also known as the mother of 70 million Buddhas, and has given life to countless Buddhas. When one dedicates their life to the path of esoteric Buddhism, there is a ceremony dedicated to Jurandai Karnen to ask her to watch over and guide new monks. Pray to her in times of disaster or sickness, or when you would like to be blessed with a child. The blessings include protection against disasters, recovering from illness, and, if desired, conception. The mantra is Om Kalakule Kurni Svaha, Om Kalakule Kurni Svaha, Om Kalakule Kurni Svaha. And I'll put that in the chat log right now so that you can have the spelling of that, and at least you've heard the pronunciation of it. And the replay will be available. It takes some time for it to upload and whatnot after I am off of being of the live, and so you can always pull it up later if desired. There you go. Boom. Yeah, that was for you, Stacy. Stacy, before I move on or anything like that, do you have any questions, remarks, or anything before I move on? Usually, I just drop things just dead. I just walk out the door. I'm gone. I'm not used to no goodbye party or farewell. I'm used to just I'm out. Like I'm moving on. No bad things or anything. I'm just on to the next thing. I know. Very welcome, Stacy. I saw you did put thank you. Really needed this. Very welcome for that. Evie, I'm looking up at comments currently right now. I have been focused on that particular reading for a moment. There was a second person I said I'd do a reading for. Oh, I think it was actually who, man. I think I did it a second time to him. Who did I say I was going to do a reading for? If you're here, put it in the chat log. I'm looking down at the new comments, and I'll do the reading for you. There was a second person I said I was going to do a reading for, and I might have done it out of order. I think I did it out of order, but in any regard, I know I made the name. I know I correctly said this is who I'm doing it for at this moment, and and Stacy knew it was for her. Maybe Alyssa. Maybe I'll do a reading for you. Evie, what's up? You said, holy shit. What's up, Evie? I see it wasn't so much of a mistake after all. Okay, whatever happened, good. No, yeah, well, good. Thank you, Mama Boosie, for your comments there. I'm looking up at comments for a moment. What's up, Karen?
Zex Dragon God. That's great, Kame. Uh, Intuition equals inner tuition, which is the inner teacher. Love it. Hell yeah. Heck yeah. Love it. Love it, bro. All right, I'm gonna jump back down to the bottom and I'm moving forward. Let's see here. What happened, Evie? Did you accidentally time someone out or something like that? Not a karma thing, a shitty Wi-Fi thing. I'm dead. Evie, this is what I love. Okay, uh, may your stream come through really smooth just for this message, Evie. This is why every single live stream is available for replay. You can download the video. I think you should be able to. You could save it so that you can even watch it offline so that you have a smooth playthrough all the way from beginning to end. So every single day the replay goes right back up. So sometimes in the moment, like if that's going on, like I remember the back in the day when I'd be tripping like, nah, Dad, it's gotta be smooth right now. And some things there can be some chaotic things going on in the world. So I'll be very spot on. Here's just where my mind goes, is that okay? Okay, let's see if I can use some good words here, and you can still understand. You as an individual, as a human, can make progress towards you can actually change the environment. Now, upon your progress, there are some big individuals who got a whole lot of stuff. We'll just leave it there. And they're aware of this. This is how they became who they are. This is the secret that they've been keeping, and this is why they've been killing people all around the world, because they get close to exposing secret. They're out. But the energy has already shifted, and people can speak a little bit differently now. And the fact is you are making rapid progress, Evie. Evie, you are making rapid progress in your divinity and your ability to progress forward. Now, here's two things that could be happening. Number one, you could be growing, and on a positive side of things, you could be receiving a technological interference because, well, we need to see what happens if you disconnect from the system for a moment. Can you survive that? Are you going to lose who you are? Are you going to lose your growth? You know you can grab this moment later. You know it's going to be replayable. It's in that section, Invisible College. Every single one's replayable in there. They're all numbered, and I started dating them as of yesterday, so they'll have dates attached to them as well, and at least in the details. And so are you, or are you gonna reevaluate, look at your situation, be able to adapt in the moment, and be like, okay, fuck it, you know what? I'm gonna leave the visuals on, but the audio is so screwed up. I'm gonna put my favorite jams on, and I'm gonna do my thing. I need to pick this up, or I want to change that, or whatever you want to do. So you just boom, boom, boom. You look over, it's going down, but you know what time I normally end. You'll find like you'll get used to like how I don't know. I think it's maybe 30 minutes to an hour at the most,
and it'll upload. I'm pretty sure it's within under an hour, and then boom, you can download it. Regardless of what the current Wi-Fi is, boom, you have that available on your YouTube app. Boom, download pieces, uninterrupted, be able to watch that, and then boom, and then and so you're actually and then so in that way, it's a positive aspect of being able to adapt to your environment. On another spectrum of thing, it could be some old resistant energy still in the atmosphere, and they trying to block your current reception. And by doing that, it frustrates you, and you lose your own direction, and that kind of throws you off, and really slows you down more than throws you off. And anyways, frustration, that's never a good thing to throw into the system. Uh, yep, that's a fact. And I'm thinking to myself personally when I said that. Oof, it's not good for me to get all that flabbergasted. That's why I walk away from things real easily. I could, like, that's going to frustrate the fuck out of me. Have a good day. No, just no. Um, but and so on that regard, they could be trying to interfere with that and create that kind of a construct. But then again, it goes back to the first scenario where we use this to grow from and to develop different types of awarenesses and abilities, because this is not something you just apply to me, but you wind up watching somebody else doing something or whatever the case, boom, now you're like, oh yeah, I could do this. I could just download the video, blah, 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 whatever. It's amazing how much you can download and do and stuff like that. Internet is an amazing place, I tell you what. The abilities at our fingertips is just makes me think of the good old days that people just don't remember too much. They talk about a green tablet. We like the color green, these are like black, they're all black. We like green. The heart, you know, remind me about my heart. Mama Boosie. So essentially, I'd rather not have it. Well, you do whatever you want in the chat log. That's my not that that's not my zone. Just to say, kind of really what goes or not on that realm. But Mama Boosie, she put in out and out insults should be timed out. Difference of opinions, invite, discuss them. Um, there's a difference between somebody expressing how they feel and understanding that they have uh, they're just crude in their comments. They have a different sense of humor, they have a different mindset, and they're expressing how they feel. What the fuck is this is completely acceptable. You're fucking out of your mind. Uh, it's acceptable. Now put in that comment 3, 4, 5, 6 times. Motherfucker, shut the fuck time down. In fucking 24 hours, you're done. You're gonna repeat that 6 times? Like, I ain't dealing with that for the rest of 5 hours. But I don't mind them saying what they say once or whatever. There was a comment heard it earlier, and somebody put in the Rat King, and I loved it the moment I saw it. And then somebody had timed it out. I saw it got removed right in the moment. I'm like, no, I love that comment. That was great. There's insults that make me laugh. My biggest thing is repetition of the same or insult. Well, repetition, period. Um, Continual insults, just nothing but negative comments. If it's just nothing but negative, all right, I'm shutting this. I'm just putting that one on silent. Like, can't see their comments. And
and then I'm telling you what I do when if I'm paying attention to it, but normally I'm not. Um, and so, but I pay attention. Okay, this is their initial comment. I not seen them make a comment before. I'm gonna let it be. Let's let it ride. Let's see what it is. What's the second comment? Negative as well, but different and constructed. I like the construction. Let's see where they go with it. If it's just negative, 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 then I'm out with it. Christ is King, Christ is King, Christ is King, repent thy soul. Fuck, I'm bleeping that shit out after the second time I saw it. Like, fucking 24 hours, I ain't dealing with that shit again. um, People attacking each other in the chat log, like somebody giving a compliment or an opinion or a viewpoint or whatever, and then being attacked for what they said, not cool. That's direct, not cool. Silent, like fucking no. I'm not. I don't give. You can block that motherfucker. I don't give a fuck what you do at that point. Not cool to go after each other. You want to come after me? That's fine. I'd take your hits all goddamn day. There's no reason to hit each other. A good, well articulated discussion. You know, people get into their discussions. Let them have their discussions. They're gonna do what they do, talk about what they talk about. I'm not into everything modern today. I'm kind of within my world of like I keep up with things, but different kinds of things. You know, different types of academic, not just studies, but like people living this stuff and working it. You know, anyways, and other than that, I really just don't care. I mean, it's like I said, it's really not my world. It's not my domain. It's not what I'm really focused on because oftentimes we need that mirror. We need that constructive voice from somebody else. And I don't have all the words to connect with everybody. I have my words to connect with those who are in this realm of mindset, who've been through these things, connected with these realities, whatever the case, that we're having some semblance on this journey and hanging out for a bit and resonating and all that good stuff. And why others are completely like, what the hell is going on? And then somebody mentions back and they're like, oh, this. And they're like, listening. And then, like, you know what happens. And if you don't know what happens and haven't been here long enough, it's just kind of family, friend. We talking about the energy flow and tarot oracle here and there. Um, um, too much of one thing. And I'm like, yeah, I don't really want to jump that much deep into it. And it was Kat. Kat was the one who I said I was going to do a reading for. She was like, I need a reading. I was like, I'm going to do the cat reading for Kat first. And then when I said it, I was like, this is for Stacy. And I pulled it for Stacy, not for Kat. And then Kat, I don't think you're here anymore. Oh, I did ask for him. I asked if Kat was here a few times. I didn't get a response. I did ask. Okay, memory does, got it. That's nice. When you do memory exercises, when you work on meditation and you learn how to stop your thinking and not think about distracted things, then you're really able to piece back together your own memory a lot faster and you stop doubting yourself. You stop doubting yourself and you start trusting yourself. And just because it's not where you left it doesn't mean that's not the case, man. I'm telling you, little fairies are around and they move things because they're playing games with us. But they don't mean to be mean about it. And I'll tell you a little trick, okay? I'm telling you, it works. Try it once. You'll get the results. I'm going to tell you exactly what to do. You don't need to light no candle, nothing like that, no rigmarole. I'm going to tell you what to do. Okay. You have this problem happening to you. Of losing things. And in your losing things, winds up not being the place that you originally put it. And you know this is a fact. You've done it enough times. You've had it happen enough times. It's where you even believe there's something fucking kooky going on you can't explain. next time this happens, calmly but assertively, say, please return my thing, whatever it is, specifically mention it. Please return my thing. I'm not doing good. It's stressing me out. Whatever. I'm not happy right now. This is not the time. Please return my thing. Be kind about it. And then you're going to think that you're going to try your next spot of wherever you were looking for whatever it is. Go look for it. And then something's going to grab your attention. And what you were looking at, you saw that spot. Something's going to grab your attention. Go look in that direction. It's going to be right there. You might even turn back to the spot you were looking at, and it's directly on top in front of you. One or two end results is going to happen. When you acknowledge them, they will interact with you. But if you do not believe nor acknowledge them, well, then you do truly walk alone. We believe in a microscope because it does reveal things that are there. The advancements within our body on a biological level. We talk about spaceships. The motherfucking body itself is housing so many different species of bacteria and organisms and all sorts of things that keep us alive. How much I should honor everybody I meet, whether they recognize what they contain, what they embody, what they are created from, or not. I should not cause disharmony in somebody else's system, because that actually creates destruction within the body. Chaos creates non-stabilization. Anything not stabilized erupts, breaks, erodes, whatever the case, the bad things take over. Oh, and Mama Busi, thank you as well. And I saw another one, and I forget whose name it was or whatever. But I will say this is a standard I have for myself. When I started doing the lives on the other platforms, um, this is what I found out. I was like, oh, I can make somebody's comments disappear at a click of a button. Let me explain something. Meditation, we're going to come right back to that. Meditation, first we got to speak it. Then we do a hand gesture to symbolize it so that we don't have to speak it. And then we just think it. That's the process. That's what we learned. It's magic. 1, 2, 3. Okay? That's the progress. So, already being in that mindset, in that life, just doing that in my natural life, period. Like, my body will walk away from negativity. Like, fuck that shit.
Like somebody wants to say something bad about me, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want. Fuck, make a stand. Like, here's a couple bucks to make it go forward. I don't care. But I'm gonna walk on. If it's following me, shit, I will run, and I am fast on my feet like a gun. I'll tell you what. Sheesh. And oh, sound breaker. And and so when people started giving me comments that actually made me want to respond back to defend myself, dude, everything clicked in. Not even a word. I just silenced that person. Boom, done with them. Some people, depending on their comment, blocked. Complete full on block. You want to come back to my channel? Shit, create another account. I don't give a fuck. I'll block that one too if you make a bad comment. Otherwise, go ahead and sit in and be a ghost. I don't give a shoot. And that's how I approach comments that come at me that make me want to verbally say something. Nope, I just have to do a hand gesture now. Thank you, technology, and the people who created that, that brought that in from the other side. Shit, magic and technology, life and action happening all together. Look at this collaboration. I tell you what, I didn't need nothing, no chip installed into me for nothing. I just needed to learn how to activate my own life force. What? You can do it too. You close. Some of you real close to doing it. Okay. I don't pick up anybody that's actually near this process, so there's no purpose in me sharing the detailed information. However, there is the final um, event where all the spiritual training, where all the shamanistic initiate trials, where becoming the living oracle, doing the healing, speaking the words of power, when everything in all of your life, of all of this training, coalesces into one motherfucking event. And this event lasts for 10 days. 10 days straight. You do get your sleep. Okay, you can go to sleep at night. But it is rigorous on the psyche. I'll just leave it at that. And I went through that myself. Not by any man's initiation or instruction, though just through my own experiences and what happened that my life aligned with in that event. And that's when you really realize who you were the entire time. Not just the name, but complete memory. And that memory, people think about remembering past lives. And remembering past lives sounds all fun and dandy, but I'm going to tell you the truth. When you truly have a connection and you remember past lives, the emotions come with it. Beyond remembering every single little detail of the situation, the emotion comes with it, and it doesn't just stab your heart, it cuts that bitch in half, it fucking dices it, grabs a fucking meat grinding kind of hammer and just fucking macerates that shit out of what's left of it. And if your psyche, if your heart is not divinely assembled, yes, I said assembled, I mean, if it is in a state of chaos, it has not been assembled. If it's in a natural state, it's still quite prone to the elements. But if we have assembled a home, well, then we are protected from the elements we have constructed from our intelligence.
forth. That's how we can truly affect our circumstances, the circumstances of others. It's how we can truly uh, start to access our abilities of what we can do, which is truly, at the end of the day, it's beyond words. It's what we have created and crafted from who we want to be, and who we want to be it's a true discovery that you learn upon the journey. That's what I went through. The first thing I wanted to be, low level spirit said. Next thing I wanted to be, they were like, "Yeah, did you enjoy that?" I was like, "Yeah." They were like, "Check this one out." Whoa. They're like that one? Check this one out. Whoa. And each one has their goods and each one has their bads, highs and lows. Because the divine intelligence that you can resonate within is going to help you find your extremes of what is really your energy and who you are, of what you focus your energy like a laser beam. And that's the pulse, that's the resonance. I've spoken about this regularly. That's who you are each day. And you don't have to teach anybody. You don't really have to instruct anybody in that manner like we have thought about a teacher being. But resonating your energy allows other people to literally receive that vibration. Their soul feels, their heart feels that vibration of your energy of peace, and it says, I got to figure that one out. And that's when a person starts getting into this kind of information and this kind of information. And then people are like, why are you looking up that stuff? And they're like, I don't know. Because they can't really explain it. They just have this new kind of drive that they're looking at. That's what's happened. We are magicians. We work magic every single day. You're a shaman. But in this lifetime, currently, right now, you're likely a shaman initiate, because you didn't even know that you were naturally just taking out these fucking initiate trials. You were just taking out these things of life. You're making grounds and gains like nobody's ever seen before. And that's why, because you've been going through those trials, because it's something you have mastered already in multiple lifetimes. You've mastered this in the past. And I was talking about memory from past life incarnations and recalling that, and the emotions and how powerful they are, and being able to survive that on the heart side of things and within the mind, and just be able to still interact with life and see life as it is, and not think anything much of yourself, but just still be, do as you are. And of course, with all that interaction, we wind up learning daily. Um, this particular card system is, hold on, I got the book right here. It's the Esoteric Buddhism of Japan Oracle Cards by Yusio Kotaki, Yursi Kotaki, and artwork by Miki Okuda. And this I got, okay? You could buy it too. I don't know where you get it, Amazon, Yahoo. You could probably look it up, whatever. I know it's backwards. You could take a picture of it or a thing and then reverse the image, and then you'll see the spelling correctly. Every little thing's got the reverse an image button in there. Anyways, sorry, not sorry for touching the buttons and being delayed on that side of things, but however, each one of these is a consciousness, a master of a particular energy. Some of them were bad, demon-like bad, but they said, you know what? I learned a thing or two from the divine. I'm going to fight for mankind. You want to write your own song lyrics? I'm kind of changing things up. I'll go right back to it. But you want to write your own song while it's in my head? You want to write your own song lyrics? You say some pretty smart shit sometimes, and I'm not saying nothing bad at all by that. You say some smart ass motherfucking stuff sometimes. And if you had a pen and paper, book, journal, something in front of you, write that shit down. And then you sit, throw all that shit in a drawer. Whatever the case, one drawer dedicated to all that shit. Right? I don't care, crumple it up, whatever, make a mess of it, fold it up, organize it, put it in a binder, make it a whatever, keep it journal, whatever. But make sure you got that with you 24/7. Now, at the end of a year, 1 year's time, or until that drawer's filled up and you shoving shit in, you pull it all out, you put it all together, and you organize that shit into categories. Well, that's more anger, that's more happy, that's more this, whatever your fucking category is, whatever you decide to name it. Boom. Throw it in that one, that one, that one, that one. That's a mother. So you can pull those little rhymes out, those little sayings, you can formulate anything you want to out of it. That's your own work, that's your own magic. Foof, out your mouth. You put it all together, that's your creation. You learn to say it, you read it, you memorize it because you said it for 40 days straight. Now you can fucking sing it. You not have to have a paper with it. Now you're a songwriter, fucking musician. Boom, you got your own material. But going back to these cards, each one has an appropriate name for that consciousness, for that deity, for that God, for that divine, however you want to, Buddhist, Bodhisattva, and other terms and so forth. And it has their mantra, their word of power, which resonates their energy, okay? And their energy brings blessings. And so for me, I put each one down, not I made contact. I connected with each one, and after I was like with family, well, then I make them a regular part of my calling because shoot, I don't want just one friend to come in. I want the whole family to show up. Shoot, if we want to throw something down, let's have a shindig, man. Let's raise it up and let's do it how we used to do, man. Let's bring in everybody. Yo, what's up? If you could help, go for it. If you don't want to help, no need. It's cool. Great. Thanks. I'm not telling y'all what to do. You can feel the heart and energy if you like. I think it'd be really cool, like whether it be like a temple or a little place, like, but to have them all out, and then like underneath could be printed out like a paper that should, or maybe a digital download or something you could connect to, whatever the case. But I like the physical paper personally, a physical copy. But and then you could have like their mantra, their information, tells you all about them, and you can really understand more than just the figure and thinking it's a statue. But like what I personally did, I'm personalizing here rather than saying you or that sort. For me, I went from seeing a statue of something which like you necessarily bow to seeing a brother, to seeing somebody who resonated with an energy that I did in some way to some capacity where people left their heads scratching and said, "Bro, we got to remember this dude." And they didn't have electronic, they carved it into the stone. They said, we're going to make sure that we remember what people are capable of, what we are capable of. And that's the family of eternity, no matter where or who or how. And once the mind gets to a certain point, I do believe that is a part of our collective consciousness. And the more that we think or converse or bring these individuals alive in our own being, not trying to preach them to somebody, but as we're drawn to one as we may be in whatever region or culture or however you see divinity and connect with it, nature, however the system is, that by embodying them, we give them presence in our world, which allows them to be a part of the creation. Not that we're being something fake, not that we're doing anything like that, but this is something one's worked towards and working towards and happy to do and is part of their passion in life. Because what is our life's purpose? To find something that we love to do that benefits other people too. Fuck the spell check. Let my magic word be. That was by Loki Balloon. That comment was by Loki Balloon. I really like that. That's a good, I like what you put there. Yeah, the autocorrect does it. I'll tell you what, it's auto wrong a bunch of times. So there's a difference between desiring to be something and working on becoming something. You know, you get it right, but as often as you get it right, you also cause that many problems. Once you become, it's just flawless. It's just freaking just flawless victory. Mama Boosie, thanks. Yeah, my sense of humor is a little, it is not the same as others. Well, maybe it is. I'm sure it is in some ways. But thanks for your comment. I saw White Fox 103 was like ding ding, and I was like in my mind I saw Boondock Saints Ding dong, motherfucker. That's what I saw. If you know, you know. Hey, Zex, the Dragon God, said, I want to see Set go viral, bro. And I was like, I appreciate that. Um, on, um, on TikTok, I got one video, and within 48 hours, it accumulated 2 million views. And I think it has 3.5 million views now. And that was, I don't know, within the past year. Definitely within that range. And a different video on Instagram, because Instagram is different community and everything. I got a video on Instagram that hit. I know it's definitely in the 1+ million range, if not the 1.5 million, for sure. If not somewhere beyond there. But thanks for the comment. I appreciate it. I would honestly like it's. My spiritual path has taught me a few things. When those videos went viral, I had a little small increase and then a small increase, and like time kind of backed off. It wasn't like back to back firing, but there was like this jump of increase in views. And on my shamanic path, I very quickly recognized that every person that was watching me, who set eyes on me, essentially, like, if they wanted to connect, then they connected. And so essentially, that's how many people I was letting uh, into my heart space. And so it's like, can you handle that many connections? Okay. You doing good? Yeah. Okay. Can you handle this many heart connections simultaneously at once? A little shake up? Hold on, you need some attention on something? You good? Okay. And on and on and on, and increase and increase and increase. So I've seen a gradual increase. Man, I started this like seriously, like I ain't got no nest egg. I ain't got no backpack like on that kind of a thing in life. I ain't got. Man, I started this journey off, and when I actually I was on it for a while, consciously and aware of it, and doing so, and I got in one certain place in my life, and I said, shoot, I ain't sticking around. My journey's got to move on, and I was literally gonna be homeless, and to the which my life went for a little bit, but I was like, I know where I'm going, and I know where I'm headed, and I know the people that are not involved in that environment. I know their habits, their behaviors, the results that happen of things around them. When it's just myself, those things never happen. Why? Because I'm aware of things. I pay attention to my environment. I'm not a fucking moron. I'm not stupid. I paid attention to shit when I didn't have to. I learned from other people's mistakes when I didn't have to. When it didn't happen to me, I took it in as if it did. Why? Because I know the sting of the pangs of life at the core of one's heart, ripping it apart. And I didn't want to contribute to any of that going on. And anyways, as the journeys continued, being able to help people at greater distances has happened. Being able to remove physical pain from people. I've received messages back on various accounts. I've done it in person, and I've done it over distance with somebody who I never heard their voice or saw their face, but just saw a chat name. But our energy is connected, and I'm aware of energy, and I'm aware of my soul, and I'm aware of their soul, and I'm aware of that space and that energy, and I know that there is no distance between us truly if we desire to connect. Just as much as you can see my face in front of you live in this moment is Well, technically, it's got like a 2 or 3 second delay, whatever the case. Sometimes it's faster or slower. In any regard, as much as we are keeping up concurrently on the live, that we are connected in this moment. And I don't have to be in your space to or up in your telling you what to do in order for you to get better. I just sharing that light, sharing that energy, sharing that vibration. More than the words, it's the vibration, it's the resonance, the space, and where I keep myself is in peace and healing, fun and joy. And so then when people connect with me, when they choose to connect with me, then that's like they feel those things because I choose to feel those things. And when things in my life come in, such as other people's words or perspectives or their idea of being a professional critic, their idea and imitation, their attempt to be a critic, um, how I can identify that and choose to continue to live my life and recognize that that is going to happen. If you're going to walk and go anywhere, that's going to happen. It doesn't matter who you are. If you choose to embrace life, then people are going to look, get used to it. There's people who are doing all sorts of fucking shit to get people to look at them so that they can make a fucking dollar. So if you can get people to look at you barely by even fucking trying, just imagine if you did what you love while the Renaissance Fair was coming through or some other program or show or festival community event and you said, hey, I got an act. Give me a motherfucking stage. And then you started to do your thing like, Fwah! Give me your attention, brah. Let me be who I want to be. You're a fucking zillionaire. You got a fucking job for the rest of your life doing what you love being you, and everything you learn is another little splash on the show, another little, ooh, let's color it like this, ooh, a little paint like that, let's a little house like that, like whatever the fuck is your future is your own reality. Boom, you are now free from captivity of your fucking mind limiting your body's kind. I fucking love you. Alright, I'm scrolling up on comments. For those who left comments, if you left a comment, I'm scrolling up. May respond to it or not, but somebody, the realm, I want to say the realm of Gilmore, the realm of Gilmore, Thelma. Anyway, oh, I want to say I can understand your name, but by no means do I want to verbalize it in the most loving of respects. Yes, invisible college as you perceive it to be. Yeah. chaotic neutral show. Shit show. Oh, nice. Chaotic neutral shit show. Nice. Love it. Great name. Okay, so it said being in public would be hard, not absorbing all the negative energy people radiate. Okay, this is why being an alchemist, a true magician, is truly important. Okay, to anybody who is going to be on that stage, anybody doing it, this is why it's important. Because a true alchemist can convert this negative energy into love. I'm going to tell you why. I'll tell you how. Just so, like a water filtration system is going to work, we're going to bring in things, we're going to filter it, we're going to turn this water into good water, and if you know a thing or two, or not, you remineralize the filtered water because the water's empty and has no nutrients. We filtered it. We didn't just take out the bad stuff, we took out the good stuff too. So we need to put those elements back in it, remineralize it. And so then in that way, that water is now healthy for us. Before, when I poured it from the tap water, it was not healthy. Over here, I should take it, but I don't have my flashlight active on the other phone. I'm just not going to play with all that junk right now. I need to get an actual flashlight. But the top filter is more of a ceramic type, more of a material. I don't know, I forget the type of material it is exactly, but it's a type of hard filter, and that gets usually yellowish or orange-ish, depending on how contaminated the water is, because it's really getting those surface level things. Then it has a 5-stage filtration system that it goes through that further removes other bad qualities, fluoride and things like that. And so in the same vein, in the same way, we receive negative emotions every day, all around us. If we go outside, we get it. Sometimes we turn on the TV and we get it. Sometimes we turn on media and we get it. It's all around us all the time. I learned from an early age without even kind of knowing, but I did it. That's why when I read the ancient books, I was like, whoa, wait a second, this is explaining what I do. Cool. And I was able to be more efficient with what I was already processing, which is exactly where you're at in life too, if you are upon this journey. And so, being able to recognize that I'm transmuting this negative energy, I'm receiving this negative energy, but I'm a happy person. So I'm going to let out the anger in a healthy mannerism, something that's not going to hurt anybody and truly isn't going to harm me. I'll play a video game, boom, boom, bang, bang, shut them up, and blow them up, rah, 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 or do video games, that's all. I just rah, or get it out of me, died for the 17th time trying to beat the dumb same boss, and get that frustration and rage out, and the crying and the laughing, and get all those emotional processes out. Boom! I literally let this energy go through filtration. People have different systems for processing this, and modernly and ancient wise, and all sorts of things. And in any regard, this is the filtration of that energy. And then by doing so, I recognize I still have that energy. Now, I'm resonating happiness because I'm happiness. So that energy that I'm storing that's neutral now, that has no taste or flavor, no polarity to negative or positive, now I'm generating that to be happy. So I want to invite my environment to be happy. I want to fill my environment with things me happy. I don't give a fuck what anybody else thinks. I don't give a fuck. You don't like it? Shit, go do your own thing or don't. I don't give a fuck. This is my space, this is my life, this is what I like, and I could care less whether you like it or not. I didn't do this for you, this is for me. And so in living in that's prosperity, that's some peace, that's some happiness, and generating that vibration is going to turn that stored energy into love, happiness, goodness, whatever your vibe, that's you're going to convert that energy into that vibration. Now, I still know this energy is still within me, and I need to express it physically. I need to work this shit out of my body, and it needs to convert to somebody else. I don't want to do anything that hurts anybody. So, somebody needs help moving something, somebody needs help clearing out some property or land. What's the job, bro? No, I can't have nobody standing around telling me what to do. What's the job? You need 2 acres cleared. All right, what's my tools? I got this available. All right, I need food. I need this. You good? Other than that, I'm good. And I get out there and I fucking bust ass. And they got other people too. And the dude's wondering, man, I don't know. And I just, and the other people are like, dang, he's making progress. Why? Because I'm literally unleashing all of this fucking stored energy that was naturally negative. But yeah, it's still vibing high, man. I've been holding on to it, but it's love and it's good. So now in helping somebody, fuck the money or the pay, fuck. I'm gonna create beauty in my environment. I'm gonna build a garden. I'll clear some land. I'll do something that somebody needs that's productive and helpful to somebody else. Rather than being destructive, I'm gonna be creative. And hey, maybe someone needs some destruction to happen, clearing some land, burning the fire, burning the tree, whatever the case there is going on. I'm not saying to clear land, let the vegetation grow and the trees be, but whatever. You get what I'm saying. Going back to the magician, so now as being able to do that, then one understands that they can receive the dark matter, the dark energy of somebody else. You can convert it, and you can create wonderful things in this world with it. It's all the energy you want, and it's all the stuff people don't want either. Or it's all the energy you could ever need, and it's all the energy that people don't want to have. So you're not stealing anything, you're not feeding off of anybody, you're just like, oh, you're clearing up the land, you're clearing up bad energy in the space, and you're doing something wonderful with it. That's how we change the world. Well, that's how I've been doing my bit to change the world, at least. I can't put that on anybody else, truly. But for those on the journey, that's what I found that my experience is like. That's what they come out to culminating into and being. And, anyways, looking for another comment to comment with. Thank you. That was from Chaotic Neutral Shit Show. Great freaking comment and name. Loki Balloon put, the man who laughs a lot cries more happy tears than sad. Dude, yep, love it. Coolio. that's what they saw from the start. Generally speaking, not everybody is situation generally speaking. Will underestimate me. And I have a that one's grace is the source. So I looked at my grace because they don't see me value my virtue. They don't want to have and I don't want that construct of you can do for them. You have a friend doing that thing using me. So I said, me because if they underestimate me, then they won't fucking see who I am and what I can do. And then the real fucking users will just mosey on to someone the fuck else. Why the fuck do I want to look like how people think somebody like me should look like to those who know me? Why should they really know you? What have they done to earn your trust for you to share your heart's most intimate truth with them? Fuck that shit. Feel the vibration of my peace and see that that's how I stand amongst your chaos. Because that's all the world can really do to you is it can attempt to bring chaos. It can attempt to restrict things. But I tell you, your heart screams in the spirit, whether you know how to speak through prayer, ceremony, or not. Your heart screams in the spirit, and it is heard, and an answer comes, and a miracle is flying through. These days, people are experiencing miracles like they never experienced them before. And other people are going through some rough times, like their money has always been able to get them out of, but not this time. Not this time. It's not saving them. But you walk amongst them with peace because you recognize you were there one day too. You don't wish an extra day of pain on them, but maybe you do. And to each one as their heart is. But for me, I experienced that turmoil before to get where I am. And if they truly want to grow, as the energy is in tow, then so must their soul go. Else they're going to completely be in turmoil, and that's not my monkeys, not my circus, not my monkeys. I belong to somebody else. What was the old saying? You make your bed, you sleep in your bed. You made your bed, you sleep in it. That was just, so no, I don't want to look like Mr. Knight in shining armor. Because amongst the weak, how can you really seek the meek if you living on a whole nother fucking plateau, huh? If you truly somewhere else and never fucking experienced the day of pain in your life, those kind of people, they can wind up bringing a certain amount of wonderful joy into this world. My mom fought her life. She fought every single day until it took me till I was 15 years old. That's when it said when I was 15 years old. It took me to that's how long she could protect me from the world's atrocities, from waking up to those kind of turmoils and those realities. And I believe that's a huge responsibility that we bear upon the next generation coming up, is giving them as much peace as we can, so that they can become who they need to be in their young years, because that's going to last of who they are to eternity. That's their foundation. And if they have a firm foundation, then when we're gone, there will be a day when we're gone and they're left just like we've lived through. And if we've had good parents, from strangers or not, blood or not, that that they have a firm foundation, a solid grounding in which they're not going to falter from. They can keep on being who they are without somebody else dominating their minds and their hearts, their dreams, and thus their bodies and their actions. Our parents did a great job. They worked a lot of miracles in what they truly did under the scenes, not being known and not being seen for who they are, and having to go into religious systems of thinking, and their heart knew the truth the whole time. But that's where their whole family was. That's what they had to put on. That's what they had to wear so that they could be close to their family. They didn't want to lose their family. Hey man, can't blame anybody for that. Not can't do that. That's to protect somebody's innocence of heart and life, to allow some purity to exist and blossom in this world for as long as it can. Ain't that the goal? If you make a bed on the seafloor, does the shore care? Loki balloon. Just like a Care Bear does. Snuggle you up in that sand. Alex James, yo, the dude from Little Nicky. I don't usually connect with people and characters and whatnot, but that was it's pretty good. Let's see. I saw there was some comment about the mic, so if that helped, we'll see. Let me know if that. I'm pretty sure that might. I should have popped back up a little bit better, maybe. It got better a while back. Okay, thanks. You know, people ask a lot. of things in life. We have lots of questions in life. And I've found that following energy, following nature, following the cues of my environment and omens, a lot of times is not the direction I was aiming at. I was heading this way, and the universe was like, no, 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 this is the direction we're going. And I'm like, I don't know, this way, right? And they're like, no, we're going this way. And I'm like, oh. And then I go into like, okay, I need triple confirmation to know we're changing things up here because I didn't see. Sometimes I can read the signs. Sometimes I see the omens. The omens came up. To saw the signs in life, and I'm like, yep, this is the way to go. And I'm fucking just, I'm going. I'm flowing with it, without even giving it thought. And that correlates into your life. That correlates into your freedom. That correlates into your liberty for you personally. Is being able to navigate life as you feel to navigate life in any given moment without the need to explain why I felt it. I sensed it. I perceived it. Do I want to say every single thing that runs through my head and my heart? No, I don't. Do I understand certain systems because I spent not just months learning it, but I spent years motherfucking grueling it down in the basement where I came up and survived. I didn't just survive, but I walked out alive and I thrived, bruh. And so there's some things, processes where to know something is beyond your reach and to just move in the flow, to know when something is going to slow your go and just keep on the road, man. Just keep on the road, man. I don't got time to look back. You look back all you want. But if I'm looking back, I'm spending energy to turn my entire body. I don't care if it's just my neck. That's involving my spine and everything else. If I want to move forward, then all of my direction is forward. All of my sight is forward. I am moving forward. My focus is forward. I don't have time to worry about what motherfuckers shouting out, saying, doing next to me. I don't care about whatever flashy things going on. I'm like a horse with my blinders on. I got to get to my destination. There's moments to engage all the senses and do such a thing. There's moments not. There's moments to open and widen the view and look and see everything at the helm in the view. To take in everything and be able to adapt. There's times to fly through because you know this is your direction regardless of what somebody else is going to do or say. A lot of those things are what wound up tripping me up in the past because I wound up thinking, oh, how's that going to affect him? How is that going to affect her? I was considerate, but I was too considerate. I was so considerate of somebody else that I did not actually walk my own journey. And that's what I did before I really took the shamanic walk after my mom died, after all of that happened. That's when I started to engage those things. But before that, I still had the job. I still had the 9 to 5. I still had that life, and oh, I was too distracted. I was too distracted to pay attention to what I was actually learning and developing, and which is a big reality. Growing up in youth, it actually served me for the better because it let me learn what I was paying attention to and how to interact with life on that level. So, in totality, for me, I'm happy for the way my life has happened and the things I've woken up to and realized because it's allowed to be me each day and to continue to do that. And that's the most important thing is not allowing the environment to change who you are. And who you are, it's up to you. It's up to you to embody it. It's up to you to act on those thoughts or not to act on those thoughts. That's you. It's your life. And I've said this before, I said it yesterday, I said it the day before, but regardless of what happened to you in your past, you can create a new future. You can do something different tomorrow, but you do the same thing single day in the past. You can change behavior. People around go, huh? Explain yourself. And they will adjust, they'll bring, they'll understand, they'll not understand, they'll be patient, but their reaction of you being you, of what you'd like to change and do, their reaction is revealing the state of the difference, it's revealing their character, their natural state. And when you can find somebody's natural state of being through natural reality by allowing truth, by allowing you to exist, by allowing whatever it is to just be and put the cards on the table as they may, then I can see who somebody's default settings are, what they're going to revert to when all the chips are down. Because guess what? Chips might be up right now, everybody's good, having fun at the table, but chips going to be down at some point. Things going to change. And how somebody is on that natural setting, default setting of how their heart, of how they react to your truth, whew, whether they agree with you or not, how they react to it, that's your default setting. That's what you're going to deal with when the chips are down. And the chips won't be down one day. So when I see somebody's default setting on a really bad aspect, I'm like, and again, that sight is beyond perception of explanation. A lot of the times on the spiritual route, listening to your heart, that'll get your journey correct from the start. Alright, Cracky. I don't normally do this. Bro. Cracky, I'm just, okay. But you put in specifically, please, I need to know, because I have no clue about the mistakes I may made up. Alright, now I will be direct. I read that, I'll give you a direct answer. And here, I'll do the positive action even before. All right, there you go, bro. You're a manager. You're a moderator again. Boom, boom. I forget what the comment was, but you said you made a comment towards somebody being stupid. I don't condone that. I know a little bit back, people were using the word crazy but in a positive, diversity way. So I'm like, I'm just letting that be. I use different verbiage, but I'm just letting that be. I didn't even comment on that or anything. I saw how that verbiage was going. But I saw one of your comments, I mentioned stupid house or stupid something, and it was directed at somebody specific. Not cool. Not cool. So I went ahead and made you moderator again. Um, and normally I don't do that because it's not cool to do that kind of thing publicly. But you did put that in chat log, so in all love and that's a correct, correct process for me to go through. So, and so I appreciate that, and thank you all the way around. Oh, cool. Ivan Dirt and Charlie. uh, total love, total love. What is my favorite dish? My favorite dish is a home cooked meal. A home cooked meal, man. The love comes through. It's what they love to make. It's their favorite dish to make, you know. The cook, the mom, whoever it is, the dad, whatever, whoever's making the dish, it's coming from their heart. When it comes from the heart, it's like it's great from the start. And so, um, I love eating a variety of foods. Um, and there's so many foods in this world that I haven't tried. So many dishes I haven't tried. How could I say what's my favorite dishes? Man, I see like I mean, up to right now, I mean, I love a great like, I could go, you know, I go get a deep dish Chicago style deep dish pizza, man. That mom's like, I ain't talking about no like oh deep dish pizza and the bread's just thicker. Nah, bro, that's not no deep dish. That is not no deep dish. Deep dish, man. The crust is like, I don't know how to describe it, but it's like in between pizza dough and a and um the most uh I don't know. I don't want to say croissant, but it's flaky on the outside. Like it's so yummy. And then like usually you put like I think it's I might get it out of order, but you put like the topping on the bottom. So you put all your toppings on the bottom, you know, whatever you want. Like that's the bottom, and then you put like this mound of cheese on it, and then like freaking mound, like freaking layered stack of cheese, and like a freaking stack of freaking sauce, and that's freaking, that's a pie. That is a pie. Mm, mm. I love me a Chicago deep dish pizza. Ah, you got me like, yeah, I'm in the mood for that right now. Very welcome, Cracky. Very welcome. Oh, it's 9:56. Time flies. I tell you what, time sure does fly. I don't think it's time that flies. I think it's our astral soul that flies. It jumps back into the body. That's when it notices the difference. Notices the anomaly. Whoa! Didn't know how much time passed by already. Dude, uh, Hanjoma Salmanathil 959. I might have read that better if it was all separated, but I hope I didn't butcher that too bad. He said, I know experienced French sailors who could mount an expedition. That's, that's cool. That's cool. I got French blood, by the way. Okay, so I got an acronym for hate. It's healing all the endeared. Healing all the endeared. Hate. You can reprogram your mind to think different thoughts when you hear a word. Society converts things with different things. We're forced to heal, to feel them consistently. This is the negative energy that comes through in life. I'm not saying the comments were made bad in the I'm not commenting about anybody's comments on that regard. Um, just using it from a lily pad to leap from. But that's how I changed my mind, to stay focused on good things. Because I can't control what other people do. That's not in my boundary. That's not, I'm free to do what I want to do. And so to each their own. And so I keep my mind in a state of good thoughts, of helping and doing good. And that's when I recognize somebody who's not me, who really brings in that negativity. I can recognize that very clearly, because I'm like, that's not me. That's not what I think about. That's not what I choose to think about. That's not what I like to do. I know what I like to do. And that helps you become definitive in who you are as a person. That allows your character to be seen, whether it be in a moment of passing or in a moment of sharing some true in-depth moment of truth, and letting people see you for who you are. And that's how we're able to see each other in this world. Otherwise, we keep wearing disguises to hide who we are, and we keep playing along with other people's narratives because we're afraid to shake up the stability of what I currently have. You got this much. Imagine if you took a breather and started off with like twice as much momentum from the get-go. You could accelerate 2, 3, 4 times as fast on that second blast. Anyways, it's been a wonderful day. Thank you for everybody's comments. Thank you for everybody's info and whatnot. You know my email, cesar@yahoo.com. Have a wonderful day. We'll see you tomorrow, Eastern Standard Time, 5 a.m. And Donade Hawaii. Till we see you next time.